Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today, sir? Hi,
I'm
Chris.
good. I'm good.
Good. Welcome, everybody. What a lovely way. You know what? That music just got me. That's such a lovely way to start the day with my cuppa and to see everybody there in the chat and talk to you, Quiz. It's gonna be I don't want to say fun because it's politics. Like whoever thought I'd say fun and politics in the same sentence?
Yeah, we would have to be discussing their sexual exploitations at that point, but I'm not sure that would be
Wrong,
fun.
wrong,
Thinking
wrong,
about
wrong.
those
We don't discuss.
80-year-olds
We don't
having
discuss.
their orgies
Like
and
no,
inviting Crawford to them.
no, 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 no. Good morning, Kyle's Goldfish. Good afternoon, where everyone else is, and good morning for America. Good afternoon for the UK, and happy tomorrow to Australia. Hi, Kyle's Goldfish. Alice in Wrongful Conviction Land. Oh, it's nice to see you, Amy Rose. Welcome. To the moderators. Hello, Autistic Shell, Sandy, Faulty, Kino. Nice to see you. And Professor Icarus, hi. Robski, good afternoon, sir. Did you bring a cuppa and a snack? What kind of snacks did you guys bring? It's going to be a couple hours with these people. Hello, Brachian.
Oh, I forgot to go get my ice cream. Damn it.
What? Oh, ice cream? You want to don't get politics in your ice cream? That's sacrilege. I like ice cream. We shouldn't have politics.
I love my ice cream.
Faulty, it's dinner time by you, Let's hope that they run this on time and everything goes well and they don't spoil anybody's dinner, snack, or anything.
Well, today should be an interesting day.
Yes.
Considering what they've said they're going to talk about.
The schedule said something about the assault against Mike Pence.
Yes.
Yeah. So that should be quite interesting because I was like, that was not right, And the quotes we heard on the first day about that were quite interesting.
I don't understand how the GOP is going to continue down this path of saying that it's all either it's fake news, B, it's non-biased, or it's
Well, they seem to be really upset that people's own words are being used to tell the story. They seem to be very upset about that. And I'm like, I guess when the story does come out, when the truth comes out, and how people actually felt about it, yeah, I would be a little bit upset too if I was the other side. I mean, there's a small circle of people who need to be very concerned about this coming out because they don't look so good.
But they should be concerned or they should be upset, not with the committee, but with their colleagues who have walked down that path.
Right.
And knowingly. And not just walked down that path, but as we're all just neutral observers of this whole train wreck. Mm-hmm. And we could see from the moment he started in, when the moment former President Trump started in on his, if I get beat, it'll be a rigged election. And, I was winning until they wouldn't stop counting votes. It's an interesting way to put it. And then, there was electoral fraud. I mean, we all could just sit there and look at it and go, oh, well, this is going to be a train wreck. Yet we can see that, and his colleagues in the GOP were just, nope, he's right. This was wrong. We got ripped. And it, one of the biggest arguments against this whole election was fake argument is who in their right mind as a Democrat operative who was running this thing would say, no, we just want to take the presidency. Let's grant them some more House seats, and let's make sure the GOP is on even balance with us in the Senate.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
Who exactly? Here we go. And who would demand that the people that are actually accused of helping this along should be on the committee? that's investigating what happened. Like, who would think
Exactly.
that? That's why they're upset. They said that it's actually not bipartisan because two people they wanted on the committee didn't get approved. And those two people that they wanted on the committee are directly related to some of the shenanigans that was going on and are part of the investigation, and they knew that. And so they don't allow them on the committee. It's not that they didn't want bipartisan. We have plenty of Republicans here on the committee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're just not the ones they wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So they're gonna say it's not bipartisan, because of that, which I don't think that's very fair. I understand they're upset by what it looks like. I'd be upset too with the way everything's being portrayed out there, but they're taking it as the truth. I mean, right now they're circulating pictures. Have you seen the picture they're circulating? I wish I had grabbed it, but I've been looking for it. I'll grant it, people. I just I slept in a little, so I didn't get up very early to prepare for a congressional hearing. Because, like, who does that? Who gets up early to prepare for a congressional hearing? Like, not I. So I was looking for this photograph that they're putting around of what they call the war room. These are the election rooms when things are going out. They call it the war room as the votes are coming in and everything. And they were saying that none of this could be true because they actually thought they were winning at the time. And they show a picture of that war room, and those people do not look like they're winning. They do not look like they're winning. They look very much. They've got Kushner's in it and Ivanka's in it. All the heavy players are sitting around the table, and no one looks happy. No one looks pleased at all. They did not know they were winning. There was not
Of course not.
A celebratory event going on in there.
And who is the idiot that didn't manage expectations here? You knew that there were outstanding mail-in votes. You knew they weren't going to count those mail-in votes until after they counted the walk-in votes that day. So, to think that Trump would sit there and say, well, I was winning until they counted those other votes. It's like,
oh, yeah.
Do you understand what you just said?
Well, he doesn't really follow. I found like he has his own set of rules, and he doesn't really follow process and everything. He thinks things should be a way that it is. He doesn't care really how they are. It's just what he thinks like they're going to be. So I think he was like the main person of pushing the wrong narrative there and not like based in reality. But Kyle's Goldfish said, isn't it suspected that one of them, who Pelosi said no to, is now proven to have given a tour on January 5th, and one of the attendees was taking photos of stairwells and etc., and had a weapon on January 6th? Those would be the two. Yes, Kyle. If you're thinking of the two, I'm thinking, yes, those two names came forward. And because that was actually being that was being talked about, and there was some actual evidence of that through the media before the investigation even started, that would be actually a very good reason as to why those people should be not on the committee. Now, whether it's true or not, because that speculation was out there and that was being out there on the media and everywhere else, of course you're not going to be on the committee. You got to go with, making the committee as even as you can and as unbiased as you can. And you're not going to let the people that have that rumor against them up there deciding whether it's true or not. It's just like,
what's that other guy's name? Louderback or something?
Yeah. Like, if you're on the list of what needs to be investigated, don't expect to be on the committee. Like, that's just crazy. Crazy.
Do you hear his response? This, was it yesterday? He responded to a reporter who asked him, why haven't you answered the committee's call to get in front of them? His response was, because they're not sending those calls to me. They send them to you guys in the media. They have never sent me a letter asking me to come forward. What?
Yeah, not Jim.
Do you really think that the committee is going to send a letter out saying, dear Senator Blank, would you please come and answer some questions, and only send it to the media?
Right.
That makes no sense. I mean, if you're going to make up a lie, for Christ's sake.
Well, they're telling us, I got the notice that this is live. Let's just see.
Push that button, baby.
I'm pushing it. Look at me pushing it.
All right, they'll be going soon.
Look at that. I pushed it.
You pushed
And
my button.
yes,
Wait,
Walty.
what?
If my laptop, he says, if my laptop overheats, can they officially call it the baked potato? Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Actually, if it
I don't know
overheats
about her
and
laptop
goes down
overheating.
on us, you may officially call it the baked potato.
We may overheat.
Yeah, no, Kyle, I know it's not a rumor. I'm saying, like, at the time, they were saying, they weren't sure, but she saw the video yesterday that the guy is giving him a tour and you can see the dude taking photos of weird stuff. Then the following day is out in front with a flagpole turned into a spear. I saw that video also. Yeah.
I want to know is what were they doing in that particular area? What kind? Who wants to see the underneath passageway? Where only authorized personnel are supposed to be, by the way. Why are they giving them tours of places that are restricted anyway?
I don't know. That's just it. These are trusted officials. They're not supposed to be doing stuff like this, but this is why we're having the investigation, right? Because how far did they all go? And I know I never thought I'd be supporting that hashtag right there, Kyle's Goldfish, but she's like, look, it's like Pelosi was right. Doesn't that's kind of
we always focus on Pence as being the guy that everybody was going after, but some of those people were going after Pelosi.
They were. There was actually death threats against her. There was there was a lot of that. Unfortunately, I don't want to see any of them. Every official in that building was at risk. Okay, people's lives were in danger. There were people that intended to do some harm in there. And they did some damage. There's no doubt about it. The things that were being chanted and the things that were being said. This was not a peaceful protest. This was not a normal type of, let's just get our voices heard. This was an actual assault. Yeah. It definitely was. And, I'm glad that they're trying to tell us what they know about it. And it was investigated. They're not just putting clips of everything together to tell a made up story. This is after an investigation. Okay. They do have the investigations of the Electoral College and of the voting. There were committees that investigated that. There was actually from both sides, everybody's side investigated that. Their own campaign investigated that, and they still don't believe the information that their own campaign came forward with. And that is part of the problem, is that, they're just disregarding facts and information. And that's why we're having a hearing, to get the proper, the real information out there the best that we can. Oh, no, they were all tourists, Alice. I know. Yeah, they were just people upset from other countries that came just like squawk. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because, it's always a great place to go is the basement of some building when you're on a tour.
Yeah. Oh, Icarus, I see that. Justice for John. Listen, I'm glad he got his justice, but I can't believe this is still going on. Like, that woman is still talking, and now everybody is still reporting on it. I'm like, but the legal case is over. Like, what's going on? Like, sit down, please. Sit down, woman, please.
She's not going to sit down.
Oh.
She's got to do everything she can to recapture. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material represented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. This is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. No idea more un-American. I agree with that, which is unusual because former Vice President Mike Pence and I don't agree on much. These are his words, spoken a few months ago about Donald Trump's attempt to pressure the former vice president, pressure him into going along with an unlawful and unconstitutional scheme to overturn the 2020 election and give Donald Trump a second term in office that he did not win. Today, the Select Committee is going to reveal the details of that pressure campaign. But what does the Vice President of the United States even have to do with a presidential election? The Constitution says that the Vice President of the United States oversees the process of counting the Electoral College votes, a process that took place on January 6, 2021. Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy withstood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded. Led by my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, today we'll lay out the facts for the American people. But first, I'll recognize my colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take just a few minutes today to put the topic of our hearing in broader context. In our last hearing, we heard unequivocal testimony that President Trump was told his election fraud allegations were complete nonsense. We heard this from members of the Trump campaign. We heard this from President Trump's campaign lawyers. We heard this from President Trump's former Attorney General, Bill Barr. We heard this from President Trump's former acting Attorney General, Jeff Rosen. And we heard this from President Trump's former acting Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. We heard from members of President Trump's White House staff as well. Today, we're focusing on President Trump's relentless effort to pressure Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Here again is how the former vice president phrased it in a speech before the Federalist Society, a group of conservative lawyers.
This week, that President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What the president wanted the vice president to do was not just wrong, it was illegal and unconstitutional. We will hear many details in today's hearing, but please consider these 2 points. First, President Trump was told repeatedly that Mike Pence lacked the constitutional and legal authority to do what President Trump was demanding he do. This is testimony from Mark Short, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, who served in the Trump administration in multiple positions over 4 years.
But just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President?
Very consistent.
Okay.
But President Trump plotted with a lawyer named John Eastman to pressure Pence to do so anyway. As the federal court has explained, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6th, 2021. What exactly did President Trump know? When exactly did President Trump know that it would be illegal for Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes? Here is one sample of testimony given by one of the witnesses before us today, the Vice President's General Counsel.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
I believe he did on the 4th.
That was January 4th, 2 days before the attack on Congress. A second point, please listen to testimony today about all of the ways that President Trump attempted to pressure Vice President Pence, including Donald Trump's tweet at 2:24 p.m. condemning Vice President Mike Pence when President Trump already knew a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. In future hearings, you will hear from witnesses who were present inside the White House, who were present inside the West Wing on that day. But today we focus on the earnest efforts of Mike Pence, who was determined to abide by his oath of office. As Vice President Pence prepared a statement on January 5th and 6th, explaining that he could not illegally refuse to count electoral votes, he said this to his staff.
I mean, the Vice President had said, this may be the most important thing I ever say. And
So this meaning the statement.
The statement. And he really wanted to make sure that it was just so.
You will hear today that President Trump's White House counsel believed that the Vice President did exactly the right thing on January 6th, as did others in the White House, as did Fox News host Sean Hannity. Vice President Pence understood that his oath of office was more important than his loyalty to Donald Trump. He did his duty. President Trump unequivocally did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we intend to show the American people that January 6th was not an isolated incident. In the weeks culminating before, it was a legal scheme and deception. We've already learned that President Trump knew he lost the 2020 election. Shortly after, he began to look for a way to circumvent our country's most fundamental civic tradition, the peaceful transfer of power. The president latched on to a dangerous theory and would not let go because he was convinced it would keep him in office. We witnessed firsthand what happened when the President of the United States weaponized this theory. The Capitol was overrun, police officers lost their lives, and the Vice President was taken to a secure location because his safety was in jeopardy. Let's take a look at the effect of Donald Trump's words and actions. I want to warn our audience that the video contains explicit content.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence. I'm hearing the Pence just caved.
No.
Is that true?
I didn't
I'm hearing reports that Pence caved.
No
I'm
way.
telling you, if Pence caved, we're gonna drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are gonna get fucking drugged through the streets.
Yes.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump.
Bring it out! Bring it out! Bring out Pence! Bring it out! Bring out Pence! Bring it out! Bring out Pence!
How did we get to this point? How did we get to the point where President Trump's most radical supporters led a violent attack on the Capitol and threatened to hang President Trump's own vice president. You'll hear from witnesses that Donald Trump pressured Mike Pence to adopt a legally and morally bankrupt idea that the vice president could choose who the next president can be. You'll hear about how the vice president, the White House counsel, and others told Donald Trump that the vice president had no such authority. But President Trump would not listen. You'll hear how Vice President Pence withstood an onslaught of pressure from President Trump, both publicly and privately, a pressure campaign that built to a fever pitch with a heated phone call on January 6th. You'll also hear that the president knew there was a violent mob at the Capitol when he tweeted at 2:24 p.m. that the vice president did not have the, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Let me be clear. Vice President Pence did the right thing that day. He stayed true to his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. We're honored to have two distinguished witnesses who advised Vice President regarding his role on January 6th. Judge J. Michael Luttig is one of the leading conservative legal thinkers in the country. He served in administrations of President Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. He was appointed by the latter to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, where he served from 1991 to 2006. He provided critical advice for Vice President Pence regarding the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress shortly before that fateful moment. He's written that the Vice President does not have the power to select the next President of the United States. He's also written that contrary theory espoused by one of his own former law clerks was, quote, incorrect at every turn. We're also joined today by one of the people who was with Vice President Pence on January 6th. Greg Jacob was counsel to Vice President Pence. He conducted a thorough analysis of the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress under the Constitution, the Electoral Count Act, and 230 years of historical practice. But he also has firsthand information about the attack on the Capitol because he lived through it. He was with the Vice President and his own life was in danger. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. In the United States, the people choose our representatives, including the highest official in the land, the President of the United States. The American people did this on November 3rd, 2020. But President Trump did not like the outcome. He did everything he could to change the result of the election. He tried litigation, 62 cases, in fact, and that failed. He tried to pressure state legislatures to reverse the results of the election in their states, but they refused. He tried to enlist the Department of Justice in his efforts to overturn election results, but officials leading the department refused to comply. So eventually, he latched on to a completely nonsensical and anti-democratic theory that one man, his own vice president, could determine the outcome of the election. He wanted the vice president to unilaterally select the president. This theory that the vice president could unilaterally select the president runs completely contrary to our Constitution, our laws, and the entirety of our American experience. But that didn't matter to President Trump. I would now like to explore how President Trump came to latch on to this ridiculous legal theory that the Vice President can select the President of the United States. Mr. Jacob, how did this theory first come to your attention?
The first time that I had a conversation with the Vice President about the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act was in early December, around December 7th. The Vice President called me over to his West Wing office and told me that he had been seeing and reading things that suggested that he had a significant role to play on January 6th in announcing the outcome of the election. He told me that he had been first elected to Congress in 2000 and that one of his earliest memories as a congressman was sitting in on the 2001 certification. And he recalled that Al Gore had gavelled down a number of objections that had been raised to Florida. And he asked me mechanically, how does this work at the joint session? What are the rules? And I told the Vice President that, in fact, I had a fairly good idea of how things work, that actually there aren't rules that govern the joint session, but what there is a provision of the Constitution that's just one sentence long, and then an Electoral Count Act that had been passed in 1887. And I told the Vice President that I could put a memo together for him overnight that would explain the applicable rules.
So, Mr. Jacobs, when you looked at this theory, what did you conclude?
So we concluded that what you have is a sentence in the Constitution that is inartfully drafted. But the Vice President's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. And our review of text, history, and frankly, just common sense all confirmed the Vice President's first instinct on that point. There is no justifiable basis to conclude that the Vice President has that kind of authority.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We will hear more today about how, despite this conclusion by you and other top legal advisors, the former president used this discredited theory in his campaign to pressure the Vice President to decide the outcome of the presidential election. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge Luttig, thank you as well for being here with us today. You issued a very important statement earlier today, which I urge all Americans to read. And I'd like to ask you, Judge, about one of the sentences in your statement and ask if you could explain to us the significance of it. You say, had the Vice President of the United States obeyed the President of the United States, America would immediately have been plunged into what would have been tantamount to a revolution within a paralyzing constitutional crisis. Could you elaborate on that for us, Judge?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. That passage in my statement this morning referenced the most foundational concept in America, which is the rule of law. Thus, as I interpret your question, you're asking about that foundational truth of these United States which we call America. The foundational truth is the rule of law. That foundational truth is, for the United States of America, the profound truth. But it's not merely the profound truth for the United States. It's also the simple truth, the simple foundational truth of the American Republic. Thus, in my view, the hearings being conducted by this select committee are examining that profound truth, namely the rule of law in the United States of America. The specific question, of course, before you and before the nation, not before me, is whether that foundational rule of law was supremely violated on January 6, 2021. Now, to the question specifically that you asked, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that had Vice President Pence obeyed the orders from his president and the President of the United States of America during the joint session of the Congress of the United States on January 6, 2021, and declared Donald Trump the next President of the United States, notwithstanding that then President Trump had lost the Electoral College vote as well as the popular vote in the 2020 presidential election. That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis in America, which in my view, and I'm only one man, would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Judge, for your solemn attention to these issues and for your appearance here today. We're going to describe and discuss in detail what happened. And as we do, I'm going to describe a few of the details now of some of the actions taken by a gentleman named Kenneth Cheeseborough. After the Electoral College met and cast their votes on December 14th, actually the day before they met, Kenneth Cheeseborough sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote to Mayor Giuliani that the vice president is charged with, quote, making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes, close quote. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote that when the joint session of Congress got to Arizona in the alphabetical list of states, the vice president should not count the Biden votes, quote, because there are two slates of votes. His justification, which we will learn more about in our next hearing, was that a group of Trump supporters in Arizona and other swing states decided to proclaim themselves the true electors for the state, creating two sets of electors, the official electors selected by the state and a group of fake electors. This document was ordered to be produced to the Select Committee by a federal district court judge. As you will see on the screen shortly, Judge David Carter wrote, quote, the draft memo pushed a strategy that knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act. The judge concluded that, quote, the memo is both intimately related to and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. A few days later, Professor John Eastman took up this cause. Eastman was at the time a law professor at Chapman University Law School. He prepared a memo outlining the nonsensical theory that the vice president could decide the outcome of the election at the joint session of Congress on January 6th. You will see portions of this memo on the screen. In the first line, he wrote, quote, 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the president of the Senate. But Dr. Eastman goes on to rely on those so-called dual slates of electors to say that Vice President Pence could simply declare President Trump the winner of the 2020 election. Mr. Jacob, were there in fact dual slates of electors from 7 states?
No, there were not.
And just a few days after that, Dr. Eastman wrote another memo. This one, quote, wargaming out several scenarios. He knew the outcome he wanted, and he saw a way to go forward if he simply pretended that fake electors were real. You will see that memo up on the screen now. Here, Dr. Eastman says the vice president can reject the Biden electors from the states that he calls, quote, disputed. Under several of the scenarios, the vice president could ultimately just declare Donald Trump the winner, regardless of the vote totals that had already been certified by the states. However, this was false, and Dr. Eastman knew it was false. In other words, it was a lie. In fact, on December 19th, 2020, just 4 days before Dr. Eastman sent this memo, Dr. Eastman himself admitted in an email that the fake electors had no legal weight, referring to the fake electors as, quote, dead on arrival in Congress, end quote, because they did not have a certification from their states. Judge Luttig, did the Trump electors in those 7 states who were not certified by any state authority have any legal significance?
Congresswoman, there was no support whatsoever in either the Constitution of the United States nor the laws of the United States for the vice president, frankly, ever to count alternative electoral slates from the states that had not been officially certified by the designated state official in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I did notice in the passage from Mr. Eastman's memorandum, and I took a note on it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said in that passage that there was both legal authority as well as historical precedent. I do know what Mr. Eastman was referring to when he said that there was historical precedent for doing so. He was incorrect. There was no historical precedent from the beginning of the founding in 1789 that even as mere historical precedent, as distinguished from legal precedent, would support the possibility of the Vice President of the United States quote, counting alternative electoral slates that had not been officially certified to the Congress pursuant to the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I would be glad to explain that historical precedent if the committee wanted, but it would be a digression.
Thank you very much, Judge. I know my colleagues will be pursuing that issue in more depth, and now I'd like to yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, and staff counsel, Mr. John Wood, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fortunate to have a bipartisan staff. Senior Investigative Counsel John Wood previously served as United States Attorney in Missouri under President George W. Bush. He and I will share today's lines of questioning. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Judge Luttig, I had the incredible honor of serving as one of your law clerks. Another person who did was John Eastman. And you have written that Dr. Eastman's theory that the vice president could determine who the next president of the United States is, in your words, incorrect at every turn. Could you please explain briefly your analysis?
It was my honor, Mr. Wood, to have you serve as my law clerk. I could answer that question perfectly if I had at my disposal either Mr. Eastman's tweet or my own analytical tweet of September 21st, but I don't. But that said, let me try to remember the analysis of Mr. Eastman's analysis.
And Judge, I can read to you and to the audience, I think what was a really key passage from your very insightful analysis when you wrote, I believed that Professor Eastman was incorrect at every turn of the analysis in his January 2nd memorandum, beginning with his claim that there were legitimate competing slates of electors presented from 7 states. And you've already addressed that issue. But your next sentence said, continuing to his conclusion that the Vice President could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from the 7 states from which competing slates were allegedly presented. So what was your basis for concluding that Dr. Eastman was incorrect in his conclusion that the Vice President could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from these disputed states?
I understand. As I previously stated in response to Congresswoman Cheney, there was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Mr. Eastman. At all. None. With all respect to my co-panelist, he said, I believe in partial response to one of the Select Committee's questions, that the single sentence in the 12th Amendment was, he thought, inartfully written. That single sentence is not inartfully written. It was pristine clear that the President of the Senate on January 6th, the incumbent Vice President of the United States, had little substantive constitutional authority, if any, at all. The 12th Amendment, the single sentence that Mr. Jacob refers to, says in substance that following the transmission of the certificates to the Congress of the United States and under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the Archivist of the United States, that the presiding officer shall open the certificates in the presence of the Congress of the United States in joint session. It then says unmistakably, not even that the Vice President himself shall count the electoral votes. It clearly says merely that the electoral count votes shall then be counted. It was the Electoral Count Act of 1887 that that filled in, if you will, the simple words of the 12th Amendment in order to construct for the country a process for the counting of the sacred process for the counting of the electoral votes from the states, that neither our original Constitution nor even the 12th Amendment had done. The irony, if you will, is that from its founding until 1887, when Congress passed the Electoral Count Act, The nation had been in considerable turmoil during at least 5 of its presidential elections, beginning as soon thereafter from the founding as 1800. So it wasn't for almost 100 years later until the Electoral Count Act was passed. So that's why, in my view, that piece of legislation is not only a work in progress for the country, but at this moment in history, an important work in progress that needs to take place. That was long-winded, I understand.
Well, Judge Luttig, at the risk of oversimplifying for the non-lawyers who are watching, is it fair to say that the 12th Amendment basically says 2 things happen? The Vice President opens the certificates and the electoral votes are counted. Is it that straightforward?
I would not want that to be my testimony before the Congress of the United States. The language of the 12th Amendment is that simple.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jacob, I have a question for you. I believe during your deposition before this committee, you said something to the effect of you'd read every word written about the 12th Amendment, the Electoral Count Act, and historical practice. I know in response to the chairman's earlier question, you gave your bottom line conclusion, but can you tell us a little bit about the process that you and your colleagues went through of researching this issue and what conclusion you came to after your thorough research?
So you, as a lawyer who's analyzing a constitutional provision, you start with the constitutional text, you go to structure, you go to history. So we started with the text. We did not think that the text was quite as unambiguous as Judge Luttig indicated. In part, we had a constitutional crisis in 1876 because in that year, multiple slates of electors were certified by multiple slates. And when it came time to count those votes, the antecedent question of which ones had to be answered. That required the appointment of an independent commission. That commission had to resolve that question, and the purpose of the Electoral Count Act of 1887 had been to resolve those latent ambiguities. Now, I'm in complete agreement with Judge Luttig. It is unambiguous that the Vice President does not have the authority to reject electors. There is no suggestion of any kind that it does. There is no mention of rejecting or objecting to electors anywhere in the 12th Amendment. And so the notion that the Vice President could do that certainly is not in the text. But the problem that we had and that John Eastman raised in our discussions was we had all seen that in Congress in 2000, in 2004, in 2016, there had been objections raised to various states. And those had even been debated in 2004. And so here you have an amendment that says nothing about objecting or rejecting, and yet we did have some recent practice of that happening within the terms of the Electoral Count Act. So we started with that text. And I recall in my discussion with the Vice President, he said, I can't wait to go to heaven and meet the framers and tell them the work that you did in putting together our Constitution is a work of genius. Thank you. It was divinely inspired. There is one sentence that I would like to talk to you a little bit about. So then we went to structure. And again, the Vice President's first instinct here is so decisive on this question. There's just no way that the framers of the Constitution, who divided power and authority, who separated it out, who had broken away from George III and declared him to be a tyrant. There was no way that they would have put in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be president of the United States. And then we went to history. We examined every single electoral vote count that had happened in Congress since the beginning of the country. We examined the Electoral Count Act. We examined practice under the Electoral Count Act. And critically, no vice president in 230 years of history had ever claimed to have that kind of authority, hadn't claimed authority to reject electoral votes, had not claimed authority to return electoral votes back to the states. In the entire history of the United States, not once had a joint session ever returned electoral votes back to the states to be counted. And in the crisis of 1876, Justice Bradley of the United States Supreme Court, who supplied the decisive final vote on that commission, had specifically looked at that question and said, first, the vice president clearly doesn't have authority to decide anything. And by the way, also does not have authority to conduct an investigation by sending things back out for a public look at things. So the history was absolutely decisive. And again, part of my discussion with Mr. Eastman was, if you were right, don't you think Al Gore might have liked to have known in 2000 that he had authority to just declare himself president of the United States? Did you think that the Democrat lawyers just didn't think of this very obvious quirk that he could use to do that? And of course, he acknowledged Al Gore did not and should not have had that authority at that point in time. But so text, structure, history, I think what we had was some ambiguous text that common sense and structure would tell you the answer cannot possibly be that the vice president has that authority. As the committee already played the vice president's remarks, there is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person would choose the American president. And then unbroken historical practice for 230 years that the vice president did not have such an authority.
Thank you. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. Jacob, you weren't the only one who knew that the legal theory was wrong, though. Here's what various advisors to the president thought about that theory.
You've been clear repeatedly with Mr. Meadows about you and the vice president having a different view about his authority on January 6th.
I believe I had.
Did Mr. Meadows ever explicitly or tacitly agree with you or say, yeah, that makes sense, or okay?
I believe that that Mark did agree.
What makes you say that?
I believe that's what he told me. But as I mentioned, I think Mark had told so many people so many different things that it was not something that that I would necessarily accept as, okay, well, that means that's resolved.
I see. Tell me more what he told you on this topic.
Well, I think it was that, the vice president doesn't have any broader role. And I think he was understanding that.
So despite the fact that he may have said other things to the president or others, to you, he said he understands the vice president has no role.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say that to you several times?
A couple times.
Mm-hmm. Before January 6th?
Yes.
The way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty and had at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
Pat expressed his admiration for the vice president's actions on the day of the 6th and said that he concurred with the legal analysis that our team had put together to reach that point.
It made no sense to me that in all the protections that were built into the Constitution for a president to get elected and steps that had to be taken, that the power to choose the next president would be sitting with the vice president.
Do you know if Mr. Clark or Mr. Morgan thought about that, Mr. Eastman's advice?
Yeah, they thought he was crazy.
Do you know if they ever expressed an opinion on whether they thought the vice president had the power that John Eastman said he did?
I know for a fact I heard both say that his theory was crazy, that there was no validity to it in any way, shape, or form.
And did they express that before January 6th?
Yes.
To whom?
I think anyone who would listen.
Okay, what were your prior interactions with Eastman?
He described for me what he thought the ambiguity was in the statute, and he was walking through it at that time. And I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And he said, yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? Right, and that was pretty blunt. I said, you're completely crazy. I said, you're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen? And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. I said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said words to the effect of, there's been violence in the history of our country, Eric, to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
In fact, there was a risk that the lawyers in the White House counsel's office would resign. For example, Fox News expressed concern that the entire White House counsel's office could quit. As you can see from these texts, Mr. Hannity wrote to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that, quote, "We can't lose the entire White House counsel's office. I do not see January 6th happening the way he is being told." A few days later, on January 5th, Mr. Hannity wrote to Mr. Meadows that, quote, "I'm very worried the next 48 hours. Pence pressure, White House counsel will leave." While Sean Hannity was apparently very concerned about the possibility that the White House counsel would resign in protest of the president's effort to force the vice president to violate the Constitution, some others close to the president were more dismissive of the White House counsel's position. Here's what Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor Jared Kushner said during his deposition regarding the White House counsel Pat Cipollone's threats to resign.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, I was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
The president's own lead outside counsel, Rudy Giuliani, also seemed to concede that the vice president did not have the authority to decide the outcome of the election or send it back to the states. Here's what White House attorney Eric Hirschman said about his call with Mayor Giuliani on the morning of the 6th.
The morning of January 6th, I think he called me out of the blue, right? And I was like getting dressed, and we had an intellectual discussion about Eastman's, I don't know if it's Eastman's theory per se, but the VP's role. And he was asking me my view and analysis and then the practical implications of it. And when we finished, he said, like, I believe that, you're probably right. I think he thought when we're done that it would be something he'd have to consider if he was sitting on the bench, but he'd probably come down in that, you couldn't interpret it or sustain the argument long term.
Of course, the fact that Mayor Giuliani seemed to admit that the theory was just a few hours later on January 6th and saying the exact opposite. Here's Mayor Giuliani's speech at the Ellipse rally on January 6th.
We're here just very briefly to make a very important 2 points. Number one, every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States. It is perfectly appropriate given the questionable constitutionality of the Election Counting Act of 1887, that the Vice President can cast it aside and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was Vice President. He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots, or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work.
And here's what Dr. Eastman said in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th.
And all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not.
Even Dr. Eastman knew his theory didn't hold water. Mr. Jacob, you discussed and even debated this theory at length with Dr. Eastman. Did Dr. Eastman ever tell you what he thought the U.S. Supreme Court would do if it had to decide this issue?
Yes. We had an extended discussion, an hour and a half to 2 hours on January 5th. And when I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the Vice President did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
I appreciate that. In our investigation, the Select Committee has obtained evidence suggesting that Dr. Eastman never really believed his own theory. Let me explain. On the screen, you can see a draft letter to the President from October 2020. In this letter, an idea was proposed that the Vice President could determine which electors to count at the joint session of Congress. But the person writing in blue eviscerates that argument. The person who wrote the comments in blue wrote, quote, "The 12th Amendment only says that the President of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session and then, in the passive voice, that the votes shall then be counted." The comments in blue further state, "Nowhere does it suggest that the President of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own." Judge Luttig, does it surprise you that the author of those comments in blue was in fact John Eastman?
Yes, it does, Congressman. But let me, watching this unfold, let me try to unpack what was at the root of what I have called the blueprint to overturn the 2020 election. And it is this, and I had foreshadowed this answer in my earlier testimony to Congresswoman Cheney. Mr. Eastman, from the beginning, said to the President that there was both legal as well as historical precedent for the Vice President to overturn the election. And what we've heard today, I believe, is what happened within the White House and elsewhere as all the players led by Mr. Eastman got wrapped around the axle by the historical evidence claim by Mr. Eastman. Let me explain very simply. This is what I said would require a digression that I would be glad to undertake if you wished. In short, if I had been advising the Vice President of the United States on January 6th, and even if then Vice President Jefferson and even then Vice President John Adams and even then Vice President Richard Nixon had done exactly what the President of the United States wanted his Vice President to do. I would have laid my body across the road before I would have let the Vice President overturn the 2020 election on the basis of that historical precedent. But what this body needs to know, and now America needs to know, is that that was the centerpiece of the plan to overturn the 2020 election. It was the historical precedent in the years and with the vice presidents that I named, as Congressman Raskin understands well. And the effort by Mr. Eastman and others was to drive that historical precedent up to and under that single sentence, single pristine sentence in the 12th Amendment to the United States Constitution, taking advantage of, if you will, what many have said is the inartful wording of that sentence in the 12th Amendment. Scholars before 2020 would have used that historical precedent to argue not that Vice President Pence could overturn the 2020 election by accepting non-certified state electoral votes, but they would have made arguments as to some substantive, not merely procedural, authority possessed by the Vice President of the United States on the statutorily prescribed day for counting the Electoral College votes. This is constitutional mischief.
Judge, I think that's a good point. And I think it kind of begs the question that if the vice president had this power to determine the outcome of a presidential election, why hasn't it ever been used before? Why hasn't that ever happened? Why hasn't a vice president simply rejected the outcome of an election and declared someone else the winner? And instead, as the chairman mentioned in his opening, for over 2 centuries, vice presidents have presided over the joint sessions of Congress in a purely ceremonial role. This even includes, as Mr. Jacob mentioned, Vice President Al Gore. For those of us who are old enough to remember, the 2000 election came down to one state, Florida. There were weeks of recounts and litigation after the election, and Al Gore conceded. Of course, Al Gore was vice president at the time, but he never suggested that he could simply declare himself the winner of the 2000 election when he presided over the counting of the electoral votes. Let's hear what Vice President Gore said when he described the situation he faced in 2000.
Importance of the United States of America in all of human history. In Lincoln's phrase, we still are the last best hope of humankind. And the choice between one's own disappointment in your personal career and upholding the noble traditions of America's democracy is a pretty easy choice when it comes down to it.
Mr. Jacob, did Dr. Eastman say whether he would want other vice presidents such as Al Gore after the 2000 election or Kamala Harris after the 2024 election to have the power to decide the outcome of the election?
So this was one of the many points that we discussed on January 5th. He had come into that meeting trying to persuade us that there was some validity to his theory. I viewed it as my objective to persuade him to acknowledge he was just wrong. And I thought this had to be one of the most powerful arguments. I mean, John, back in 2000, you weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election. And I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Mark Short told the Select Committee that Vice President Pence consulted with one of his predecessors, Vice President Dan Quayle, regarding the role of the Vice President. Vice President Quayle confirmed Pence's view that the role was purely ceremonial. Mr. Short also told the committee that he, Mr. Short, received a call from former House Speaker Paul Ryan. Here is Mr. Short's description of his conversation with Speaker Ryan.
Speaker Ryan wanted to call and say, you know, you don't have any greater authority. And I said to him, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mike, you know, he doesn't, you know, he recognizes that. And we sort of laughed about it. And he said, I get it. And he later spoke to the vice president too, to, I think, have the same conversation.
Fortunately for the fate of our republic, Vice President Pence refused to go along with President Trump's demands that he determine the outcome of the presidential election. Mr. Jacob, what was the vice president's reaction when you discussed with him the theory that the vice president could decide the outcome of the election?
Congressman, as I've testified, the vice president's first instinct was that there was no way that any one person, particularly the vice president who is on the ticket and has a vested outcome in the election, could possibly have the authority to decide it by rejecting electors or to decisively alter the outcome by suspending the joint session for the first time in history in order to try to get a different outcome from state legislatures.
Despite the fact that the vice president had a strongly held and correct view that he could not decide the outcome of the election, President Trump launched a multi-week campaign of both public and private pressure to get the Vice President Mike Pence to violate the Constitution. Here are some examples of the intense pressure the Vice President faced from all sides and what his Chief of Staff thought of it.
I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great Vice President comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a dear colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
I am aware of the fact that the president was upset with the way Pence acted.
Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved.
That'd be a nice way to say a guy named Vice President Mike Pence?
Yes.
I think we've been clear as to what the vice president's role was. I think the vice president been clear with the president. I think I've been clear with Mark Meadows.
I think the vice president is going to throw down tomorrow and do the right thing because, Lou, like I said before, this is a time for choosing. People are going to look back at this moment tomorrow and remember where every single one of their elected officials were. Did they vote for the rule of law and getting these elections right, or did they give it away to the Democrats and the people who cheated and stole their way through this election?
Definitely in the, when I got back into town, as talk say like the 5th and the 6th, the president was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
The vice president really was not wavering in his commitment to what his responsibility was. And so, yeah, was it painful? Sure.
The president's pressure campaign started in December. For example, although the vice president made his views clearly and unmistakably known to the president and others in the White House, on December 23rd, President Trump retweeted a memo from an individual named Ivan Reichland entitled Operation Pence Card that called on the vice president to refuse the Electoral College votes from certain states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner. President Trump started his pressure campaign in December, but he dialed up the pressure as January 6th approached. The testimony we have received in our investigation indicates that by the time January 4th arrived, President Trump had already engaged in a, quote, multi-week campaign to pressure the vice president to decide the outcome of the election. This had included private conversations between the two leaders, Trump's tweets, and at least one meeting with members of Congress. We understand that the vice president started his day on January 4th with a rally in Georgia for the Republican candidates in the U.S. Senate runoff. When the vice president returned to Washington, he was summoned to meet with the president regarding the upcoming joint session of Congress. Mr. Jacob, who attended that meeting?
The attendees were the vice president, the president, Mark Short, the chief of staff to the vice president, myself, and John Eastman. There was about a 5-minute period where Mark Meadows came in on a different issue.
Let's show a photo of that meeting. Mr. Jacob, during that meeting between the president and the vice president, what theories did Dr. Eastman present regarding the role of the vice president in counting the electoral votes?
During the meeting on January 4th, Mr. Eastman was opining that there were 2 legally viable arguments as to authorities that the vice president could exercise 2 days later on January 6th. One of them was that he could reject electoral votes outright. The other was that he could use his capacity as presiding officer to suspend the proceedings and declare essentially a 10-day recess during which states that he deemed to be disputed, there was a list of 5 to 7 states that the exact number changed from conversation to conversation, but that the vice president could sort of issue a demand to the state legislatures in those states to re-examine the election and declare who had won each of those states. So he said that both of those were legally viable options. He said that he did not recommend, upon questioning, he did not recommend what he called the more aggressive option, which was reject outright, because he thought that that would be less politically palatable. The imprimatur of state legislature authority would be necessary to ultimately have public acceptance of an outcome in favor of President Trump. And so he advocated that the preferred course of action would be the procedural route of suspending the joint session and sending the election back to the states.
Mr. Jacob, I know you won't discuss the direct conversations between the president and the vice president. So rather than asking you what the vice president said in that meeting, I'll ask you a more general question. Did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not unilaterally decide which electors to accept?
The vice president never budged from the position that I have described as his first instinct, which was that it just made no sense from everything that he knew and had studied about our Constitution that one person would have that kind of authority.
And did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not delay certification and send it back to the states?
No, he did not.
Did Dr. Eastman admit in front of the president that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
So during that meeting on the 4th, I think I raised the problem that both of Mr. Eastman's proposals would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. Mr. Eastman acknowledged that that was the case, that even what he viewed as the more politically palatable option would violate several provisions, but he thought that we could do so because in his view, the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional. And when I raised concerns that that position would likely lose in court, his view was that the court simply wouldn't get involved. They would invoke the political question doctrine, and therefore we could have some comfort proceeding with that path.
Mr. Wood?
But just to reiterate, he told you, maybe this was in a later conversation, but he told you at some point that if in fact the issue ever got to the Supreme Court, his theory would lose 9-0, correct?
The next morning, starting around 11 or 11:30, we met for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And in that meeting, I've already described the text, structure, history conversation, but we started walking through all of that. And I said, John, basically what you have is some text that may be a little bit ambiguous, but then nothing else that would support it, including the fact that nobody would ever want that to be the rule. Wouldn't we lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court? And again, he initially started, well, maybe you'd only lose 7-2, but ultimately acknowledged that no, we would lose 9-0. No judge would support his argument.
After his meeting with the vice president, Donald Trump flew to Georgia for a rally in support of the Republican candidates in the United States Senate runoff. Even though the vice president had been steadfast in resisting the president's pressure, President Trump continued to publicly pressure Vice President Pence in his Georgia speech. Rather than focusing exclusively on the Georgia Senate runoff, Trump turned his attention to Mike Pence. Here's what the president said during that rally in Georgia.
Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
So the president had been told multiple times that the vice president could not affect the outcome of the election, but he nonetheless publicly pressured Mike Pence to do exactly that by saying, quote, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him as much. Let's turn now to January 5th. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. That morning, meaning January 5th, the president issued a tweet expressly stating that the vice president had the power to reject electors. Let's look at what the president wrote. Quote, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Mr. Jacob, you've already told us about your meeting with Dr. Eastman and the president on January 4th, and you briefly made reference to the meeting you had with Dr. Eastman the next day, January 5th. Can you tell us a little bit more about that meeting with Dr. Eastman on January 5th? For example, where was the meeting? Who was there?
So at the conclusion of the meeting on the 4th, the president had asked that, that our office meet with Mr. Eastman the next day to hear more about the positions he had expressed at that meeting. And the vice president indicated that sort of offered me up as his counsel to fulfill that duty. So we met in Mark Short's office in the executive office building across the way from the White House. Dr. Eastman had a court hearing by Zoom that morning, so it didn't start first thing, but rather started around 11. And that meeting went for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Chief of Staff Mark Short was at that meeting most of the time. There were a few times that he left. And essentially, it was an extended discussion. What most surprised me about that meeting was that when Mr. Eastman came in, he said, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors." So on the 4th, that had been the path that he had said, "I'm not recommending that you do that." But on the 5th, he came in and expressly requested that. And I grabbed a notebook as I was heading into the meeting. I didn't hear much new from him to record, but that was the first thing I recorded in my notes was request that the VP reject.
Just to be clear, you're saying that Dr. Eastman urged the Vice President to adopt the very same approach that Dr. Eastman appeared to abandon in the Oval Office meeting with the President the day before. Is that correct?
He had recommended against it the evening before, and then on the 5th came in, and I think it was probably his first words after introductions and as we sat down were, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors in the disputed states."
And you referenced a moment ago some handwritten notes, which you've provided to the Select Committee. I'd now like to show you those notes. As you can see, you wrote there at the top, the writing's a little bit faint in the copy, but you wrote, "Requesting VP reject." Does that accurately reflect what Dr. Eastman asked of you in your meeting on January 5th?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when Dr. Eastman said on January 5th that he was there to ask the Vice President of the United States to reject electors at the joint session of Congress?
I was surprised because I had viewed it as sort of one of the key concessions that we had secured the night before from Mr. Eastman that that he was not recommending that we do that.
So what did you say to him?
Well, as I indicated, to some extent it simplified my task because there are more procedural complexities to the send it back to the states point of view. And I actually had spent most of my evening the night before writing a memorandum to the Vice President explaining all of the specific provisions of the Electoral Count Act that plan would violate. So instead, since he was pushing the sort of robust unilateral power theory, I've already walked the committee through the discussions that we had. I started out with our points of commonality, or what I thought were our points of commonality. We're conservatives, we're small government people, we believe in originalism as the means by which we're going to interpret this. And so we walked through the text, we walked through the history, and the committee has shown footage of Mr. Eastman on the stage on the 6th claiming that Jefferson supported his position in a historical example of Jefferson. In fact, he conceded in that meeting Jefferson did not at all support his position, that in the election of 1800, there had been some small technical defect with the certificate in Georgia. It was absolutely undisputed that Jefferson had won Georgia. Jefferson did not assert that he had any authority to reject electors. He did not assert that he had any authority to resolve any issue during the course of that. And so he acknowledged by the end that there was no historical practice whatsoever that supported his position. He had initially tried to push examples of Jefferson and Adams. He ultimately acknowledged they did not work. As we've covered, he acknowledged it would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. He again tried to say, but I don't think the courts will get involved in this. They'll invoke the political question doctrine. And so if the courts stay out of it, that will mean that we'll have the 10 days for the states to weigh in and resolve it. And then they'll send back the Trump slates of electors and the people will be able to accept that. And I expressed my vociferous disagreement with that point. I did not think that this was a political question. Among other things, if the courts did not step in to resolve this, there was nobody else to resolve it. You would be in a situation where you have a standoff between the President of the United States and, counterfactually, the Vice President of the United States, saying that we've exercised authorities that constitutionally we think we have, by which we have deemed ourselves the winners of the election. You would have an opposed House and Senate disagreeing with that. You would have state legislatures that, to that point, I mean, Republican leaders across those legislatures had put out statements, and we collected these for the vice president as well, that the people had spoken in their states and that they had no intention of reversing the outcome of the election. We did receive some signed letters that Mr. Eastman forwarded us by minorities of leaders in those states, but no state had any legislative house that indicated that it had any interest in it. So you would have had just an unprecedented constitutional jump ball situation with that standoff. And as I expressed to him, that issue might well then have to be decided in the streets. Because if we can't work it out politically, we've already seen how charged up people are about this election. And so it would be a disastrous situation to be in. So I said, I think the courts will intervene. I do not see a commitment in the Constitution of the question whether the vice president has that authority to some other actor to resolve. There's arguments about whether Congress and the vice president jointly have a constitutional commitment to generally decide electoral vote issues. I don't think that they have any authority to object or reject them. I don't see it in the 12th Amendment, but nonetheless. And I concluded by saying, John, in light of everything that we've discussed, can't we just both agree that this is a terrible idea? And he couldn't quite bring himself to say yes to that, but he very clearly said, well, yeah, I see we're not going to be able to persuade you to do this. And that was how the meeting concluded.
But you just described a terrifying scenario. Sounds like there could have been chaos under the Eastman approach, and you even described it as it potentially could be decided in the streets. And you described several concessions that Dr. Eastman made throughout that discussion or even debate that you had with him. At some point during that meeting on January 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of the theories that he had presented to the United States the day before? So the theory that the vice president could reject electors outright and declare Donald Trump the winner, and his less aggressive theory that the vice president could simply send it back to the states. At some point in that conversation on the 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of these theories suffered from similar legal flaws?
So I had at least one, possibly two other conversations with Dr. Eastman later that day. In the earlier meeting, we really were focused, because his request that he made had been reject the electors outright, on why that theory was wrong and why we certainly would not be doing that. Later that day, he pivoted back to, well, we hear you loud and clear, you're not going to reject. But remember last night, I said that there was this more prudent course where you could just send it back to the states. Would you be willing to do that? And during the course of our discussion about his renewed request that we consider that option, he acknowledged to me, he put it, both Mr. Eastman and myself are graduates of the University of Chicago Law School. And he said, look, as graduates of that august institution, you and I will mutually understand that the underlying legal theory of plenary vice presidential authority is what you have to get there. Because this new theory, as I was pointing out to him, or the procedural theory, still violates several provisions of the Electoral Count Act, as he acknowledged. And the only way that you could ever be able to ignore several provisions of statutory law is if it was pretty clear that they were unconstitutional. And the only way they could be unconstitutional is if the vice president had the plenary authorities that were formed the basis for the reject votes as well. So he acknowledged in those conversations that the underlying legal theory was the same. He just thought that the send it back to the states option would be more politically palatable, and he hoped more palatable to the vice president for that reason.
And in fact, when Dr. Eastman made this concession during that meeting, according to your earlier deposition, Dr. Eastman said, just between us, University of Chicago chickens, is that right?
I don't think that the University of Chicago is going to start a Chicago Chickens fundraising club, but yes, that is the terminology that he used. He said, you know, just between us Chicago chickens, we will understand as lawyers who have studied the Constitution that the underlying basis really is the same.
I reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Jacob, the president and the vice president meet again on that same topic the next day, January 5th, correct?
So after my extended meeting with Mr. Eastman that morning, during that time, the vice president had been back at his residence working on his statement to the nation that we released the next day. He got down to the White House some point between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock as my meeting with Mr. Eastman was wrapping up. And when Mark Short and I went over to meet with the vice president, and actually we thought maybe we had good news. We felt like we had sort of defeated Mr. Eastman, that he was sort of acknowledging that there was no there. But the vice president was then asked down to the Oval Office, and he went down to the Oval Office while Mark and I stayed back in the vice president's office.
You weren't in that meeting.
I was not.
In the book Peril, journalists Bob Woodward and Robert Costa write that the president said, quote, "If these people say you have the power, wouldn't you want to?" The vice president says, quote, "I wouldn't want any one person to have that authority." The president responds, "But wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power?" Vice president is reported to have said, "No, look, I've read this, and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option. I've done everything I could and then some to find a way around this. It's simply not possible. My interpretation is no." To which the president says, "No, no, no. You don't understand, Mike. You can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you don't do this." We asked Mark Short about this during his deposition.
An understanding that I would have in other conversations with the vice president, he articulated to me that no, he wouldn't want that power bestowed upon any one person.
Mr. Jacob, did you, Mr. Short, and the vice president have a call later that day again with the president and Dr. Eastman?
So yes, we did.
And what did Dr. Eastman request on that call?
On that phone call, which I believe was around 5 o'clock that afternoon, Mr. Eastman stated that he had heard us loud and clear that morning. We were not going to be rejecting electors, but would we be open to considering the other course that we had discussed on the 4th, which would be to suspend the joint session and request that state legislatures re-examine certification of the electoral votes.
That same day, January 5th, the New York Times ran a story about the disagreement between the president and the vice president about whether the vice president could determine the outcome of the election. Even though the New York Times story was indisputably correct, Donald Trump denied it. Trump issued a statement claiming that the vice president had agreed that he could determine the outcome of the election, despite the fact that the vice president had consistently rejected that position. Let's look at what the president said in his statement. Quote, "The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act." Mr. Jacob, how did the vice president's team react to the statement from the president that the vice president could take an active role in determining the winner of the presidential election?
We were shocked and disappointed because whoever had written and put that statement out, it was categorically untrue.
Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, had an angry phone call with Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller about this statement. Here's what Mr. Short and Mr. Miller told the committee about that call.
Okay. Tell me about the conversation you had with Jason.
It was brief. I was irritated and expressed displeasure that a statement could have gone out that misrepresented the vice president's viewpoint without consultation.
The statement says the vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Is that incorrect?
I think the record shows that that's incorrect.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been through many documents that clarify that this is not where the vice president was.
Right. So essentially, the president is sending out a baldly false statement about being in alignment, purported alignment with the vice president, despite all of the predicate that you indicated had gone before about their respective positions. Is that effectively what happened?
I interpret the statement as false. I'll let you figure out who sent it out.
When Mark Short contacted you, he was upset. Is that what you said?
He clearly was not pleased.
Tell us what he said.
What's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting where only two people were in the room?
Did he ask you to retract the statement?
No, I think it went right to what's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting when only two people were in the room.
And he clearly disagreed with the substance though, right? Because he said the vice president doesn't agree with this.
Trying to think what exactly he said. I mean, the tone was very clearly that he used some language to strongly infer that the vice president disagreed with that take, but I don't remember what that language was.
Did he dictate this statement?
He dictated most of it. I mean, typically on these, I might have a couple of wording suggestions, or maybe I, have a sentence or a rough framework or something of that. But I know with specificity on this one that it was me and him on the phone talking through it, and ultimately the way this came out was the way that he wanted to.
The dispute between the president and the vice president had grown to the point where the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short, was concerned that the president could, in Mr. Short's words, quote, lash out at the vice president on January 6th. In fact, Mr. Short was so concerned about it that he talked with the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail on January 5th. Here's Mr. Short.
Concern was for the vice president's security, and so I wanted to make sure the head of the vice president's Secret Service was aware that that likely, as these disagreements became more public, that the president would lash out in some way.
After the recess, we will hear that Mark Short's concerns were justified. The vice president was in danger. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? As slow talking as Judge Luttig was, that was impressive. Very.
He's the kind of judge that is not going to say anything until he has turned it over in his head in 1,000 different ways to see if it could be used against him. He has to say exactly what he means, and therefore, I don't mind that. I really don't. I mean, I know it's annoying when you're trying to hold a conversation with the man, and God knows if I was an attorney in his courtroom, I would probably go nuts. But when he's in front of a select committee of Congress, I think you should be careful about what you say. I think you
Absolutely.
need to be careful about what you say. And I think he understands that millions of people are going to scour over his words to find, if they can, some sort of different meaning, or maybe he was talking in a code and blah, 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 blah. You know
Mhm.
how these conspiracy theorists are.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
So
why I
he's,
copied the full speech. I found it
yeah,
and been linking it to everyone. His words, although frustrating, as slow as he talked, like you said, he wants to be very careful. But it did seem like he was like putting it over through his head several times before he talked. It was very
sure.
slow. Some people would be frustrated by that, but I understand the caution necessary. Um, Especially the words that he was speaking. When you read the full statement, you'll understand what he's actually like saying here is profound.
It is. It
It
is.
is the law. It is exactly what happened, and oh, it's going to be hard to argue against. It really is. Um,
I would
one,
love to. I mean, I know we're not going to hear about what Trump is saying until later tonight, but I just don't
he's already out
see.
there screaming his head off for the last couple of days. Have you seen?
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
it's
Oh
been
yeah.
pretty bad. Yeah.
His 13 page rebuttal about the last hearing was
Mhm.
literally it's a wash of mindless thought most of the time. It's just like, let me throw everything against the wall and whatever sticks, we'll
Mhm.
just use it. It's like, well, not sure how you could work for a man like that, but okay.
I don't know, but they do, and like just to read, just what happened was he doubled down that all of the election results were wrong and that he had every right to do what he did. He didn't even say like anything's being misinterpreted or anything. He's
No,
saying, no, like of course we were going to do it because, the election results were wrong. We had documented proof, which is a lie. Or his own
exactly.
committee on the on the electoral college, his own committee doing the results came forward and told him no, there is nothing. And they've actually said it in this committee.
And this is
Their
why this is
own
so important.
campaign
Yeah.
investigation, okay, said they
And it's
found nothing. Yeah.
this is the importance of all of this coming together like this, because
Mhm.
they told him it wasn't fake. They told him there was no fraud. And
Right.
yet he continued. He wanted to continue, which means he wasn't fighting for a constitutional point. They're showing he was fighting for one thing and one thing only, a power grab. And
Mhm.
it's shocking to me how many people rode his coattail through all that, thinking if he wins, we'll get to be part of, the new republic, or, we'll be on Darth Vader's side now. I don't know what they're thinking, but
Mhm.
my God, y-
I know. I know.
when an expert tells you that the Supreme Court's going to stand up and a 9-0 decision and just bat it back in your face, and they would have done it the very next day. It
Right.
wouldn't have taken long for the Supreme Court to gather and say no,
Yeah.
and that would
Well,
have been it.
what the really disconcerting part for me is that Eastman knows the law. This is a scholar. This is a man who knows the law. He actually is going against his own words about what should have happened. He's telling everybody,
And
no, the
again,
law says you can't do it. And then privately is going,
yeah.
let's do it. Let's do it.
But of
This is
course,
like
Eastman again is one of those people riding the coattail. He wants to be right next to the boss when he
Mhm,
takes over the country, because now I have a personal end with the new emperor.
mhm. But
Hey,
here's the thing, y- they say that that is one of the things about Trump. He's able to convince people when he's right there with you. You walk away and you're like, what the heck happened? Like, how did I do that? He's very charismatic. He's very forceful. He's also very threatening in a way. And you understand that he does not have the boundaries that the average person has in applying those threats. Do you know what I
sure.
mean?
And
So,
this is why you take that oath, isn't it?
yeah.
This is why you stand there and take that oath and say you will defend not the office of the president, but the
Mhm,
Constitution against all those
mhm.
foreign and domestic.
Well,
I
listen,
mean,
we knew it was going to be trouble when the man actually praised everything that Vladimir Putin did for
Oh, yeah.
years. It was like he was his idol. You know why? Because over there, like Putin's king, whatever he says goes. You know, they
And
made act like they have a
same with
government.
Kim Jong-un and,
Mhm.
anybody else that, I mean,
He did.
President
It
Xi,
was
I mean, they
that
all,
was
he
scary for me to see
praised
him
all of them.
praising all of the other dictatorships that were not run the way that our government was. We should have known there was trouble coming, that he was never going to walk away because he really thought that he should have the same opportunity that they did, just to say it's going to be
Exactly.
so, and that's what's going to happen. Like, he couldn't believe that as the president, he didn't have that power to just say it would be so and it would happen. I remember speeches where he was like, people were leaking stuff saying that he's actually was complaining about that you have to actually pass laws, legislations, you need people to vote things in. Like, he's actually, no, you should just be able to say it, and there it
I'm the
is.
president. I
Like,
should be able to write an executive order, and that should
yeah,
be law now.
I remember a conversation that I caught on one of the commentary news channels, and all of the commentary news channels, I agree, are either left or right. There's nobody in the middle anymore. And I do believe it was one of the lefter ones. I believe it was MSNBC that I was watching. And they were actually commenting on the fact that he had to be explained what executive privilege actually was because of how he was trying to use it. And that they had the big conferences and quite a few learning lessons on what he could and could not do with executive privilege.
And I'm
Because he
sure he
actually thought it
complained
was
about it the
carte
whole time.
blanche to do whatever he wanted, that he could just say a law was going in and that's it. It is.
Yep.
Period.
And
It
he
was
complained about
quite
it
telling.
every second that
Mhm.
what's the point of being president if I just can't make up my own laws?
What
I'm
he
sure that's
doesn't
how he felt.
Yeah, what he didn't understand about how the system works and how actually our foundation was he does not know anything about our Constitution. I can tell you
Of
that.
course
His
not.
interpretation of the Constitution is from a box of Cheerios or something. I don't know, but he does have smart people around him. But it does appear that he refused to listen to them continuously, and that's a shame. Because I think if he did want to make change, if he did want to do things, had he listened to those around him, it could have got done. I'm sure that was their idea to get it done. Oh, that's why
I
they were.
will,
Yeah.
I will take one offense at what you just said.
Hmm.
I think General Mills would get it right, and Donald Trump would still get it wrong.
Yeah, but his reading of it is what I meant on the back of the cereal box.
He doesn't read it.
The Cliff Note version.
I'm not sure he can read.
Welcome, Jeff. Welcome again. How are you?
Yeah, you talk about cereal boxes. I think he's only about figured out the word snap, crackle, and pop, in my opinion. But
you know what? I tossed that out for
yeah.
quiz. I thought he was going to get that one, but thank you, Jeff, for picking it up. Yes. Oh no.
Yeah, I only caught bits and pieces of that. I sort of come back in with him, but that was interesting. And like I said this last time I was on, and this is this is one of those situations where really partisan politics here really does not matter. What we're dealing with here is a guy who held that, and I put this thing in there about Pence, that as much as I disagree with everything Mike Pence stands for, he at least seemed to have respect for the office he held.
Right.
Trump has zero respect for the presidency whatsoever.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think he assumed, as I think you just mentioned, I think he assumed once he got it that just meant he could rule by decree. And it's like, no, not how your system's set up. And I know he in his wild, in his wet dreams, he wishes he was somebody like Putin or Kim Jong-un, but
Yeah, no, he really did. The ones that he admired as far as running their countries were the ones that notoriously and historically the United States has issue with because of the lack of democracy, because of the lack of the people getting a say in anything. And that's very telling.
Because he admires what what in his mind are strong men, I mean, and Putin is, has positioned himself as an old-fashioned Russian strongman, But
Mhm.
it's, and Kim Jong Un is sort of positioned himself in North Korea as a tough guy, strong, and that's
Mhm.
what Donald Trump is in awe of. Is he's in awe of people like that.
You know, when he first started speaking that way, I was like, well, maybe he's trying to get the United States to have more of an inclusive view of all of the world,
Yeah.
And then I'm saying no, because then he's like, he's out of NATO, he's out of the UN, he's out of like the WHO, he's out of like everything. He's pulling us out of everything and only talking in praise of the countries that don't want to participate in anything that is unifying in decisions worldwide.
Yeah.
And
I
I said,
want
oh,
to
okay, that's a
interject
little
here.
scary. Now he's trying to make us an island again.
I want to
cities and
interject so
servitude.
people
Yeah,
can
go ahead.
understand that
Yeah.
I'm a centrist. I'm not complete liberal.
Right.
When Trump complained about NATO and how NATO
Mhm.
countries
Right.
aren't paying their fees, aren't doing the upkeep that they need to be doing, and why should we be doing it all?
Hmm.
I agreed with him.
We did, because it did seem an unfair advantage, especially when he laid out the way that they did funding, the way they did the percentages. I agree with you there. And I am also not exactly a centrist. I think most people would say my politics lean a little bit more to the left, but not extremist. I'll tell you that. I got big
Well, no,
issues.
I'm definitely never going to be extremist. But I
Yeah.
also agree. When the UN is asking for money,
Mhm.
for their troops,
Right.
who's their biggest donator? We are.
It was
I mean,
us.
come
And
on.
when we
Why
couldn't
are we
take care
doing
of
it
our
that way?
own, right? When we couldn't, yeah, we thought.
I
What I
guess one of
also
those choices
disagree
you have to.
with Trump on is
Right.
when he took that money
Mhm.
and he
Committee will be
reinvested
in
it back in
order.
our own military. I mean, come on,
Right.
we could do
Yeah.
better.
Gentleman from
We're going to
California,
continue
Mr.
that. You're welcome to
Aguilar
stay,
is
Jeff, as long as you like.
recognized.
I might jump back in at the end, Claire. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
I'll leave for now.
Go on.
Okay.
I'd now like
I'll
to
drop
turn
it
to the
again.
events of January 6th, 2021, which turned out to be a fateful day in our nation's history. Despite the fact that the vice president consistently told the president that he did not have and would not want the power to decide the outcome of the presidential election, Donald Trump continued to pressure the vice president, both publicly and privately. As you will hear, things reached a boiling point on January 6th, and the consequences were disastrous. In the middle of the night, on January 5th, into the morning of the 6th, around 1 a.m., President Trump tweeted at the vice president, meaning that the comments in response to the president's tweet would also show up on the vice president's Twitter feed. The tweet stated that the vice president could, quote, come through for us and send it back to the states. Then around 8 a.m. on January 6th, President Trump again tweeted, this time to say that the vice president could send it back to the states and, quote, we win. And that this is the time for extreme courage. Mr. Short told us during his deposition that the vice president started a meeting on January 6th in prayer. Here is what Mr. Short said.
You arrived at the vice president's residence.
As would often be the case, I recall that knowing it would be an important day, we gathered in prayer. And often that would be something the staff member would lead. So it would have just been at that time, I believe, the vice president, myself, Greg, and Chris. And we would have just asked for guidance and wisdom, knowing that the day was going to be a challenging one.
Mr. Jacob, did you go to the vice president's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the vice president have a call with the president that morning?
He did.
Were you with the vice president during the call?
So we had been putting the vice president had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the president. The vice president stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The president had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never before seen photographs of the president on that call from the National Archives.
When I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval. And do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president. Is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the vice president.
Could you hear the vice president or only hear the president's end?
I only heard the president's end. But at some point, it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I think till it became somewhat, louder tone. I don't think anyone was paying attention to it initially.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the president was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what'd you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp, you'll be a wimp." Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the president said to the vice president that something to the effect that you don't have the courage to make a hard decision.
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah.
Do
you're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Did Ms. Trump share with you any more details about what had happened or any details about what had happened in the Oval Office that morning?
That her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president.
Do you recall anything about her demeanor, either during the meeting or when you encountered her in Dan Scavino's office?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, I think she was uncomfortable over the fact that there was obviously that type of interaction between the two of them.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Mr. Jacob, how would you describe the demeanor of the vice president following that call with the president?
When he came back into the room, I'd say that he was steely, determined, grim.
Of course, the most dangerous part of what Donald Trump did on January 6th was what he did himself. As will be discussed in detail in a future hearing, our investigation found that early drafts of the January 6th ellipse speech prepared for the president included no mention of the vice president. But the president revised it to include criticism of the vice president and then further ad-libbed. Here is what the president said on January 6th after his call with Vice President Pence.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify and we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The president's words had an effect. President Trump's supporters became angry. When the vice president issued his public letter, the crowd at the Capitol erupted in anger. The rioters who had erected makeshift gallows began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Testimony in our investigation has made clear what the target of the rioters' ire was: Vice President Mike Pence. The rioters breached the Capitol at 2:13 p.m. Now let's take a look at what was going on at the White House at this time. We received testimony that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was notified of the violence at the Capitol by 2 p.m. and likely earlier. The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the president and that he did so before the president issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the president wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Nothing but a traitor, and he deserves to burn with the rest of them.
So this all escalated after Pence. What happened to Pence? Pence didn't do what we wanted.
Pence voted against Trump.
Okay, and that's when all this started?
Yep. That's when we marched on the Capitol. We've been shot at with rubber bullets, tear gas.
We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector votes. That's right. You heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget.
It's real simple. Pence betrayed us, which apparently everybody knew he was going to, and the president mentioned it like 5 times when he talked. You can go back and watch the president's video.
This is our Capitol. Let's be respectful to him. There's 4 million people coming in, so there's a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
Although the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has refused to testify before this committee, Mr. Meadows' aide, Ben Williamson, and White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews testified that Mr. Meadows went to the dining room near the Oval Office to tell the president about the violence at the Capitol before the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet. In future hearings, you'll hear more about exactly what was happening in the White House at that time. But here is what some White House staff told the Select Committee.
Do you know where he went?
Yes, I followed him down the hallway, and I followed him into the outer Oval corridor, which is the hallway between the Oval Office hallway and the outer Oval section of the Oval Office. I followed him into that little corridor hallway. I saw him walk into outer Oval. I maybe took a step into outer Oval and then left. And I don't know where he went outside of that, but it looked like he was headed in the direction of the Oval Office.
You know, we had all talked about at that point about how it was bad and the situation was getting out of hand. And I know Ben Williamson and I were conferring, and we thought that the president needed to tweet something immediately. And I think when Kaylee gave us that order of don't say anything to the media, I told her that I thought the president needed to tweet something. And then I remember getting a notification on my phone, and I was sitting in a room with Roma and Ben, and we all got a notification. So we knew it was a tweet from the president, and we looked down, and it was a tweet about Mike Pence.
I believe I had sent him a text saying that we may want to put out some sort of statement because the situation was getting a little hairy over at the Capitol. And then it was common for, after I would text him, I would just go down and see him in person.
You went down to speak with Mark Meadows after this. What was that conversation?
Very brief. I went down and told him the same thing I have in the text that I can recall. And I don't remember anything that was said between us other than I told him that. And to my recollection, he immediately got up and left his office.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged. The crowds inside the Capitol were able to overwhelm the law enforcement presence, and the vice president was quickly evacuated from his ceremonial Senate office to a secure location within the Capitol complex. By 2:24 p.m., the Secret Service had moved Vice President Pence from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall.
The noise from the rioters became audible, at which point we recognized that maybe they had gotten into the building.
Then President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth."
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad. And so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
30 seconds later, rioters already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. And just 30 seconds after that, rioters breached the crypt, one floor below the vice president.
The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs.
I think they had been trying to figure out whether they had a clear route to get us to wherever it was that they wanted to move us to.
We moved pretty quickly down the stairs and through various hallways and tunnels to the secure location. Upon arriving there, there was further discussion as to whether or not we were going to leave the Capitol complex or stay where we were.
Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they stayed for the next 4.5 hours, barely missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time. Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the Vice President's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. This witness, whom the FBI affidavit refers to as W1, stated that other members of the group talked about things they did that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. W1 further stated that members of the Proud Boys said that they would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. We understand that congressional leaders and others were evacuated from the Capitol complex during the attack. We'd like to show you what happened after the Vice President was evacuated from the Senate.
Select Committee has obtained never-before-seen photos from the National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the President had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the Vice President returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors.
So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the Vice President leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the Vice President refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did. And then I noticed that the Vice President had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the Vice President had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you, we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the Vice President had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel." And the Vice President did not want to take any chance that the world would see the Vice President of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand this right. You were told to get in the cars, and how many of the Vice President's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the Vice President was in a secure location within the Capitol complex, he continued the business of government. We understand that the Vice President reached out to congressional leaders, like the Acting Secretary of Defense and others, to check on their safety and to address the growing crisis. In addition, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, made several calls to senior government officials. Here's Mr. Short's testimony regarding his call with Representative Kevin McCarthy.
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he expressed frustration that not taking the circumstance as seriously as they should in that moment.
So Mr. McCarthy indicated he'd been in touch with someone at the White House, and he conveyed to you that they weren't taking this as seriously as they should. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
While the Vice President made several calls to check on the safety of others, it was his own life that was in great danger. Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the Vice President to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Mr. Jacob, immediately before you and the Vice President were evacuated to a secure location within the Capitol, you hit send on an email to John Eastman explaining why his legal theory about the Vice President's role was wrong. You ended your email by stating that, quote, "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." We'll take a look at that email. Now, Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, "The siege is because you and your boss," presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, "did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened." Mr. Jacob, later that day, you wrote again to Dr. Eastman. Let's show that email on the screen. In that email, you wrote, and I quote, "Did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" And you ended that email saying, "It does not appear that the president ever got the memo." Dr. Eastman then replied, "He's been so advised." And he ends his email with, quote, "But you know him, once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," close quote. Mr. Jacob, when Dr. Eastman wrote, "Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," did you understand the he in that email to refer to the President of the United States?
I did.
And Mr. Jacob, did you hear from Dr. Eastman further after the riot had been quelled? And if so, what did he ask?
Late that evening, after the joint session had been reconvened, the vice president had given a statement to the nation saying that violence was not going to win, freedom wins, and that the people were going to get back to doing their work. Later that evening, Mr. Eastman emailed me to point out that in his view, the vice president's speech to the nation violated the Electoral Count Act, that the Electoral Count Act had been violated because the debate on Arizona had not been completed in 2 hours. Of course, it couldn't be since there was an intervening riot of several hours. And that the speeches that the majority and minority leaders had been allowed to make also violated the Electoral Count Act because they hadn't been counted against the debate time. And then he implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the vice president please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days? Suspend the joint session, send it back to the states.
And we'll show you the text of that email, which Dr. Eastman wrote at 11:44 p.m. on January 6th. So after the attack on the Capitol and after law enforcement had secured the Capitol, he still wrote, as you described, quote, "So now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations." So even after the attack on the Capitol had been quelled, Dr. Eastman requested, in writing no less, that the vice president violate the law by delaying the certification and sending the question back to the states. Is that correct, Mr. Jacob?
It is.
Did you eventually share Dr. Eastman's proposal with Vice President Pence?
Not right at that time because the vice president was completing the work that it was his duty to do. But a day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the vice president delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, "That's rubber room stuff."
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood. He said it's rubber room stuff?
Yes, Congressman.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I understood it to mean that after having seen play out what happens when you convince people that there is a decision to be made in the Capitol legitimately about who is to be the president and the consequences of that, that he was still pushing us to do what he had been asking us to do for the previous 2 days, that was certifiably crazy.
We know that the vice president did not do what Dr. Eastman requested because he presided over the completion of the counting of electoral votes late in that evening.
Number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Mr. Jacob, we heard earlier that you and the vice president and the team started January 6th with a prayer. You faced a lot of danger that day. And this is a personal question. But how did your faith guide you on January 6th?
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went, and in Daniel 6, Daniel has become the second in command of Babylon, a pagan nation, but he completely faithfully serves. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
It spoke to you.
Yes.
At the end of the day, Mark Short sent the vice president a text message with a Bible verse. Here's what he told the select committee.
At 3:50 in the morning, when we finally adjourned and headed our own ways, I remember, texting the vice president a passage from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7 about, I fought the good fight, I finished the race, I've kept the faith.
He started his day with a prayer and ended his day with a Bible verse. I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, I've kept the faith. White House attorney Eric Hirschman testified that the next day, January 7th, he received a call from Dr. Eastman. Here is Mr. Hirschman's account of that call.
The day after, Eastman, I don't remember why he called me, or he texted me or called me, wanted to talk with me, and he said he couldn't reach others. And he started to ask me about something dealing with Georgia and preserving something potentially for appeal. And I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition. And I screamed, I said, I don't want to hear any other effing words coming out of your mouth, no matter what, other than orderly transition. Repeat those words to me. And I screamed,
What did
and
he say?
eventually he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
In fact, just a few days later, Dr. Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani and requested that he be included on a list of potential recipients of a presidential pardon. Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works. Dr. Eastman did not receive his presidential pardon. So let's see what Dr. Eastman did as a result when he was deposed by this committee.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself.
Did the Trump legal team ask you to prepare a memorandum regarding the vice president's role in the counting of electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021?
Yeah.
Dr. Eastman, did you advise the President of the United States that the vice president could reject electors from 7 states and declare that the president had been reelected?
Yeah.
Dr. Eastman, the first sentence of the memo starts off by saying 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. Is that statement in this memo true?
Fifth.
Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
Fifth.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Fifth.
Dr. Eastman pled the fifth 100 times. Finally, let's hear from a federal court judge, the only one to date who has opined on whether the president was involved in criminal activity. Page 36 of Judge Carter's ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. Page 40 of the ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. And page 44, Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a Democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. Mr. Jacob, what would have happened to our democracy if Vice President Pence had gone along with this plan and certified Donald Trump as the winner of the 2020 election?
So there would have been short-term and long-term effects. The short-term I previously described, a constitutional jump ball situation, political chaos in Washington, lawsuits, and who knows what happening in the streets. And you would have had the Vice President of the United States having declared that the outcomes of these state elections were incorrect. So for all of those reasons, there would have been significant short-term consequences. But in the long term, we would have established a situation where a vice president would have asserted that one person could have the authority to determine the outcome of an election, which is antithetical to everything in our democracy. It's antithetical to the rule of law. And so it would have been significant impacts, both in the short and the long term.
Judge Luttig, in the statement you released earlier today, you wrote that the efforts by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election were, quote, the most reckless, insidious, and calamitous failures in both legal and political judgment in American history. What did you mean by that?
exactly what I said, Congressman.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I want that back. Mr. Chairman, this was an informative hearing, a powerful hearing. I'm grateful for your leadership and the leadership of the distinguished Vice Chair. Donald Trump knew he lost the 2020 election, but he could not bring himself to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. So he latched on to a scheme that, once again, he knew was illegal. And when the vice president refused to go along with it, he unleashed a violent mob against him. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue. I'll yield back now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Aguilar, and thank you very much to our witnesses today, Mr. Jacob and Judge Luttig. Thank you for being here with us. We have seen so far in our hearings that President Trump knew that his claims of a stolen election were false. You have seen that he knew that Mike Pence could not legally refuse to count electoral votes. And you have seen what President Trump did to pressure Mike Pence into taking illegal action. Over the course of our next hearings, you will see information about President Trump's efforts, John Eastman efforts, the Trump legal team's efforts to apply pressure to Republican state legislatures, state officials, and others. Judge Carter has recently written, quote, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. We will examine all of those threats, and we will examine the Trump team's determination to transmit materially false electoral slates from multiple states to officials of the executive and legislative branches of our government. We will examine the pressures put on state legislatures to convene to reverse lawful election results. An honorable man receiving the information and advice that Mr. Trump received from his campaign experts and his staff, a man who loved his country more than himself, would have conceded this election. Indeed, we know that a number of President Trump's closest aides urged him to do so. This committee will address all of these issues in greater detail in the coming weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Judge Luttig and Mr. Jacob, our nation owes you a great debt for your knowledge, integrity, and your loyalty to our Constitution. You and Vice President Pence are exactly the people our nation needed at a critical time. You had the courage to do what was right. In the weeks leading up to January 6th, many people failed this test when they had to choose between their oath to the country or the demands of Donald Trump. But there were others who, like you, stood tall in the face of intimidation and put our democracy first. They include the judges who rejected the bogus claims of election fraud, the senior Justice Department officials who stood up to Donald Trump, and the state officials whom we will hear from at our next hearing. We are deeply grateful to your courage and devotion to our country. There are some who think the danger has passed, that even though there were violence and a corrupt attempt to overturn the presidential election, the system worked. I look at it another way. Our system nearly failed, and our democratic foundation destroyed, but for people like you. Judge Luttig, I want to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts on the ongoing threat. You've written the clear and present danger to our democracy. Now is that former President Donald Trump and other political allies appear prepared to seize the presidency in 2024 if Mr. Trump or one of his anointed candidates is not elected by the American people. What do you mean by this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored beyond words by your words. I was honored on January 6, 2021. Then also honored beyond words to have been able to come to the aid of Vice President Mike Pence. I prayed that day, just like the Vice President prayed that day. I believe we may have prayed the same prayer to the same God. I prayed that same prayer with my wife this morning before I came into these hearings. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. That's not because of what happened on January 6th. It's because to this very day, the former president, his allies and supporters pledge that in the presidential election of 2024, if the former president or his anointed successor as the Republican Party presidential candidate were to lose that election, that they would attempt to overturn that 2024 election in the same way that they attempted to overturn the 2020 election, but succeed in 2024 where they failed in 2020. I don't speak those words lightly. I would have never spoken those words ever in my life, except that that's what the former president and his allies are telling us. As I said in that New York Times op-ed, wherein I was speaking about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the former president and his allies are executing that blueprint for 2024 in open and plain view of the American public. I repeat, I would have never uttered one single one of those words unless the former president and his allies were candidly and proudly speaking those exact words to America. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today for these proceedings.
Thank you again, Judge Luttig. As a part of the Select Committee's charge to make recommendations that are informed by other investigative findings, we will be reviewing the views shared by Judge Luttig and other experts on potential improvements to the Electoral Count Act, among a range of other initiatives. I know the information we presented over the last week is shocking. The idea that a president of the United States would orchestrate a scheme to stay in power after the people have voted him out of office. We're able to present this information because so many witnesses have cooperated with our probe. But the fact is, there are more people with direct knowledge, with evidence germane to our investigation. I ask those who might be on the fence about cooperating to reach out to us. The committee's website address is being displayed behind me, january6th.house.gov. There you can view the evidence we presented in our hearings and find a tip line to submit any information you might think would be helpful for our investigation. And despite how you might not think it's important, send us what you think. And I thank those who sent us evidence for their bravery and patriotism. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Okay, there's a lot to digest now.
There is, or just, okay, first, all right, get rid of the hearing. Wow. Now, wait a minute here. Like, first of all, let me just get some housekeeping things out of the way. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. I have added the 2 links that I dropped during the hearing to the description. One of them is the full statement to the committee by Judge Luttig, okay? And I know he's slow talking and he does that, he's very precise, but his words taken in context are very, very important. And
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean by that?
He's, if you read the full statement, you'll understand. It's got a clear warning in there about what could happen if this is allowed to be swept under the rug. And I would ask that everyone, all 19, 20, anyone who's listening, read it, and let's get this out there, because without knowing what the repercussions are of just ignoring this process,
It'll just happen again.
Are astounding. And I want those, I just can't say, it's easy to say he talks too slow and we don't hear him, but once you read them written out, it's a whole different thing. So I recommend you read that. I've linked it. I've also given you the full ruling on Eastman versus Thompson, which is also very important in regards to this hearing, and I've linked that. And the last thing that I linked for you was something that came up last hearing. Someone had asked, I believe it was Sandy, asked how many people have been prosecuted in regards to this attempted coup, insurrection, whatever you want to call it, this invasion of the building in a wrongful way. Let's just call it whatever. I have linked an upgradable, searchable article down below that changes as prosecutions happen and as things happen. You can search by name. And I've linked that also in the description, and I'll keep linking it in further hearing streams that we do. But I'm trying to give you actual, real information to digest on your own later. I don't want to press opinion on any of you. What I find most fascinating about this process is that of course, I want every American to watch these hearings, every single one. And I'm doubtful that they will. The numbers alone are rather meek. But then again, I'm hoping that most people are sitting home at cable and I don't see those numbers. But I do know that it's getting a lot of play, but it needs to be heard, regardless of what the other side says about it not being the accurate information. That's up for all of you to digest as you hear it, as you read it. I want you to see the actual legal precedents that brought up to this, the actual legal investigations that happened. And as I get that information, I will link it. I'm not trying to sway anyone, but I want all the information out there, just as this committee does. And it's the only thing I can do as an American who is offended by what happened. The only thing I can do is to help spread the proper information, or at least real information that you can make up your own minds about. I'm not going to try to give a big charlatan speech like some politicians would. That's not me. I'm just going to give it to you for making it all up. Of your minds up yourself, Yes, Colin, that's what I'm saying. In other words, you can actually read George Luttig's words faster than he said them. Yes, I would agree with that. It was hard to listen to because he's so careful in choosing his words. But being in this that long, I can imagine I might be doing the same thing if I was going to trying to say that. I'm also dropping the link for anyone who has respectful commentary about the post hearing. We don't argue here. I celebrate that there are so many of you in my chat from other countries that are watching this with us and are just as respectful to our feelings into what is going on, asking the appropriate questions, just as interested as the Americans could, because this is a big thing. This is a big thing on how America grows and deals with the rest of you out there in the future. And I'm happy to see you all here and being respectful about it. And I appreciate that. And I thank you, and I hope you'll continue. I intend to do all of these hearings to the end. I'm not going to just drop it. It's going to stay all the way through. I want a complete documentation of what happened here, at least for my own record, Thank you, Inquiz. Thank you very much. Okay, so on that, Quiz has an issue, and welcome, Clockwork Rex.
I got lots of issues with that closing.
But could you please clarify that one issue in our private chat about, before we go too far, about that last question? Because I missed that
last question by Aguilar, asking the judge exactly what he meant. I don't know about you, but when somebody tells me that was the most insidious political or legal move you could make, I know exactly what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
You fucked up. They all fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, he was literally saying they tried to just overturn your government. And Aguilar looks at him and asks him, well, what do you mean by that? And it's like, and the guy just looks at him and it was exactly what I just said.
Yep. Okay, and I guess it was just like he wanted it emphasized. Maybe he was astounded as we were at what was actually being stated here.
I tell you, that last comment by the judge when he said that was probably the biggest hammer of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the one that's going to be talked about the most. I can promise you that.
No,
the one that's going to be talked about the most was what was said last. And here's how it's going to play. The Democrats are going to attempt to change the Constitution so they can change the Electoral College and make things better for themselves. That's not what they said, but they did say they were looking into how to change the Electoral College, how to change the laws. Well, those are all
only to
constitutional
make
laws.
them more modern to represent our
course.
country the way it is now. I mean,
I
they're not trying to
agree.
change the Constitution. The Constitution clearly states that the Electoral College is there to keep the
Well,
population in balance with the
right.
election. And so
Unfortunately,
what's
the
wrong
Amendment
with that
12
what
does
is
not.
happening? Yeah, like I don't get it.
Amendment 12 is not exactly clear. They need to go back and rewrite it, or at least explain it. You know,
Well,
this is
let's just
exactly
say
what your
they
vice president
yeah.
will do. This is
Then-
exactly what he does next. This is
Yeah.
and give them no other leeway to say, well, he could, well, then he could. No. This frames it all. This is what everybody asked on that day. What could Mike Pence do? Legally, what can Mike Pence do constitutionally? And as Mike Pence said, even before, there's nothing I can do. It's clear. I walk up, I count votes, I announce the winner. That's it. That's all I am. I'm a figurehead today. I could put a talking dog up there and say he's talking for me, and that's all he can do. Period. I'm just here to count the votes, to announce the votes, and say who the winner is. And if we ever allow a president or a vice president to suddenly say, well, I'm going to change the outcome of the election because I didn't like how people voted, that's nothing more than tyranny. That's exactly what they do in Russia, exactly what they do in North Korea, exactly what they do in China. And trust me, if you don't vote for the regime, you're going to get picked up after the vote.
Right, but
Because
that doesn't.
they know who you are.
Yeah, but that's not gonna, listen, like I know they can't rewrite the Constitution. They have to amend it like they have all along because that's how church and state came. Like church and state is not in the Constitution. The Constitution. You know that, right? It's like 10, 15 years later. It's like an amendment in a conference room somewhere that says maybe it's not a good idea.
I'm only going to say this
as a statement, as a of how things should be, but they actually didn't put it in the Constitution, which is
I'm just going to say this
problem.
This is all I'm going to say about what was said religiously today. It felt an awful lot like a compromise for the right to talk about faith in the smallest of terms.
But you know what? It was. I'm not opposed to compromise when it continues dialogue. Would you agree? Like, in order to continue the dialogue,
Depends on what you have to, if you have to compromise.
True, but
what you're compromising in this is to bend over backwards and say, well, maybe it's okay to mention God in a committee hearing, even though we're not supposed to have religion in our government.
Well, listen, they actually showed that, and I watched the chat erupt. I will actually hope that there will be a lot of the American people that will erupt on it also, as to say, oh no, that can't happen. We've already decided this issue, people. We're not backsliding. And then when it comes for a vote in standard or procedure, it'll change. Like so I can understand them giving a little bit. Maybe they want the conversation to start. The only way to start is to show it, is to show what's going on. Is to
well, that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm just saying it sounded it played off like it was just a compromise.
It did, and I know it's we all consider it. Well, I say we. I shouldn't say we. I would say those of my political standing a little more to the left. We all think of it as a done deal. But if you actually live in this country, as Quiz and I do, you will know that it's not a done deal. That it is very
just like human reproductive rights are a done deal in this country.
No, there's not. We have great ravines of left and right. We have great ravines on opinion about church and state and about many things in regards to our politics here in the United States. We are still very, very divided. And we have been from the start. You can go all the way back to 1776, and we've been divided. Since then, we're going to stay that way. We don't get over things, I guess. Here, no one ever really wins. Okay, there's never really a loser or a winner. It's just okay until the next fight. See you next fight. Nobody gets declared, apparently. That's how I look at politics here in the United States. And it is serious. I don't make light of it. It is a serious thing, but it is, when you look at it that way, it's kind of amusing, you know.
I mean, they've got the two parties in, well, I know they'll say they have more than two parties in the UK, but really they've got the Conservative and the Labour, and they fight all the time.
They do.
And then, you know, the French fight all the time, and it's always a fight politically, and it should be. Come on, it should be.
Is that the definition of politics? Is just argument?
It should be a fight. It
Yeah.
should be an argument. You're bringing two strong positions in face of each other, and each person's involved, all the people involved, have these strong convictions. And we don't just get over strong convictions just by sitting quietly and sipping tea and saying, well, here's what we need to do. And then somebody saying, no, I disagree. No, you know, people pick up shoes and throw them at each other, and people yell at each other. And that's how it's always been. And it's always going to be. And I don't mind that type of political discourse. What I mind is once something has been settled, it's settled. Why do we keep going back to it? Just because it's just like you lost the election. Well, no, we didn't. It was fake. No,
I know.
it wasn't.
Yeah, I
Your
know.
own people have told you there was no fraud. Well, just because they didn't say it doesn't mean I agree with them, because if they didn't say it, then they're fake too. Yeah, it's like, oh, come on.
And then, you know, this was a terrible this was a horrifying example of them not wanting to back up and take the L and just let the 4 years go, because we know every election cycle is just 4 years of like, okay, we'll just put up with it and we'll change it then. This is how the parties operate. And by the way, welcome Clockwork Rex, and welcome Alice. Thank you for coming up. You know, I wanted to give Quiz he's been quiet for 3 hours, and I knew he needed to bust this out. But please feel free to interject and, you know, converse with him. He will take a break between.
There's, as the Inquisitor says, there's always going to be, no matter what government it is, whether it's here in the UK or over there or whatever, there is always going to be sides that don't get on. And that's fair enough. That's politics for you, you know?
It is.
But when it comes to the people actually making the decision and voting that person in or out, then it's the people have decided. Nobody should be able to do what Trump did and spit his dummy out and saying, oh, but I knew I win, and you know, because that's not how it's supposed to work. And I'm so glad that Mike Pence had the cojones to actually just say, no, I'm going to do my job, and no buckle to the pressure that Trump was putting him under.
Yeah, and although I'm not with his politics, and I don't actually agree he's done anything really great as far as for his own state that he was governor of, or the country, I will say his respect for the office and listening to those legally that knew the Constitution and knew what he was up against, at least having the presence of mind to know that it was very dangerous territory and that anything that he did would set a precedent forever. And he took that step back and say, not on my watch, I'm not doing it. Like, whatever his reasoning, I give him great credit for being strong enough to stand there. And because I heard as we heard, and they said it kind of like cagily, they didn't go into great detail, but after this happened, we heard that he was berated, he was ridiculed, he took an onslaught from the president that was untoward. Every single speech that happened after that was berated against the vice president.
But it wasn't just the president who went after him. I mean, it was his own party.
His own party tried to decimate him for standing there with the Constitution and what was the right thing to do. And I have to applaud him as a man of conviction to being able to say whether he could believe in what he was doing 1,000% or not. He knew not to cross that line unless he was 1,000% sure it should be done. And that takes great courage, okay?
Yeah. It's the same way Cheney and is it Kinzinger? They two, I mean, what they two have done to stand up to their own party, who even now to this day still say, well, some of them still say that the election was stolen and everything
Right.
like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
And they go to their own rallies and they still say it's
They're
stolen.
saying
And
it right now. There are actually legal minds running streams that are making fun of this whole process. And, you know, it's kind of disheartening, you know, to see. I hear you, especially looking at it from a foreign country. You're looking in going like, how can they like do that? Here was good information. They're trying. This is a committee that actually investigated. They're using their own investigations that the other campaigns ran separately to pull this all together. It's not like they're just making this stuff up. These are people that worked on his own campaign, that were there in the room, his own family politically. You can't, you know, it kind of reminds me of those people that never want to admit anything that's right in front of them. There's plenty of people that have decided that the truth just needs to be told and let the chips fall where they may. Now, this is not a legal proceeding. Just to explain our American politics this way, for those of you that are watching, you know, President Trump or Eastman is not on trial here. This is not the trial. This is the disclosure of the investigation results of something a committee was put together based on what happened, knowing it was wrong, trying to figure out where it was coming from based on the rumors, the speculation, the violence, the actual insinuation that was being made that President Trump tried to disavow the election results. He was out there speaking on it. So, of course, our government is going to investigate. And this is the results of that. This is the investigation results based on what was found out all these months later, all this time we took, all these people came up, gave depositions. It is a serious thing when you are asked to give a statement and a deposition to an inquiry, a government inquiry into an investigation. It is quite legal. It is like a subpoena, right, Quiz? I mean, you do have to come and tell the truth. I think a lot of people stepped up to do the right thing. Yeah.
If you have been subpoenaed by this committee and you get sworn in, you have to tell the truth or it is perjury. And that's exactly what that oath says.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, you know, in lieu of a punishment of perjury? And then, of course, blah, blah, blah.
Right. No, but but I get it. But like, I know that there's the misconception that we're going to be trying him on this. No, that would be up to our Department of Justice once all the information is out, which they already have. I mean, they don't have to wait for this hearing to disclose it to the American people to have the investigation results. They have everything. Believe me, they are they have everything. It doesn't have to be turned over to them in any other way. They are free to do what they shall.
But I can promise you, everything is being turned over to the DOJ.
I'm sure it is, because there are things here when they just showed us in black and white that Eastman said one thing one night and the very next morning went out and did something else. That shows intent to actually give out the misinformation and to actually lead people astray. And there's got to be things to be done about that. I know it's political and everything. And I know it's hard for people to believe that Pence would not come and testify with this court and stand with Cheney and several of the other Republicans. But you have to also understand political suicide in this country.
I don't think they even invited
He would never, if he did this, they are so awful about, it's almost like middle school playground about picking sides. It's like, oh my God, you talked to that one, you're out. Like you're not in the club anymore. You're gone.
But the same voting system that was there at the time Trump and Biden were going against each other is the exact same voting system that is in place now. And the only time that you hear them moan about it is when they lost, when they lose, you know, or if a Republican wins. I mean, I know that there's some, is it state elections and things like that that are going on now. They're quite happy to believe in the result when they're winning. But if a Democrat or the other side wins, then that's it. It's, you know, it's fake. The ballots haven't been counted right, or you know, so and so and so and so, and it's just ridiculous, in my opinion, as an outsider looking in. The way, in my opinion, it's the Republicans. I mean, I'm not saying that the Dems aren't bad or anything like that, or can be as bad. They probably can. But with me looking in for the UK, it's your Republicans that are stopping everything that Biden's sort of trying to do, you know, like with your infrastructure bill and
They are.
some of the right to vote bills and things like that, and your Roe v. Wade and everything like that.
And
It
then it's
seems
not
to
just
be
like this election either. I can tell you, Alice, that has
no.
been going on for at least 20 years in our country. Obstructionist politics is what I call it. The losing party does whatever they can, or whoever controls the House, to prevent anything from going through,
And
for
let's
the other
be
party.
completely honest. The Dems have been guilty of that, as so have the Republicans. It hasn't just been one way, it's been both. I get it.
Yeah.
I do. I understand that that's bullshit politics as far as I'm concerned, because you're voted in to look after your nation, not to look after your party. But
It's
you know,
supposed to
we've
be the
talked about
people in
that.
our country and the greater good. I understand, but now it's like a mission of whatever they want the country to look like 20 years from now, and everything is based on that. It's like, this is our end goal. This is everything we want done, and everything is like based on that party wise. It, you know, forecasting it all well into the future instead of dealing with our immediate problems. Dealing with I mean, I believe in some forecasting, yes, but we have things going on in this country that if we don't stabilize them, if we don't start taking care of our own people and making this a place that people want to be, who's going to want to be here? You know, so what does freedom mean when you can't live? Thank you.
Freedom is just
What
a word.
the hell is freedom to do whatever I want in this country that I stand for? And I agree with the principles on which it was founded. But what the heck does that mean when I can't live here? When I can't live under what you're doing to us? Like that's got to be said by more people that are voting. That, yeah, you know, I kind of agree with what you're saying up there, people, but you're not looking at us. Like, you're not looking at us and you're not taking care of us. And I don't want a free ride. I just want to be able to live here.
But hasn't that been going on for years? I mean, this isn't something new. This is, I don't even know.
Exactly. You know, exactly.
When was it? Would it have been like 1969 when all this started going into a hell in a handbasket?
And there are
some people would say 64 with Johnson, but you know, I mean, it's all been really just, let's get out there and throw mud at each other and, you know, try and overturn decisions. And I mean, come on, it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same here, though. I mean, if you watch Westminster, when the parties and that are in Westminster, they're heckling and hackling, like if Boris is up talking or something like that. The other side of Labour, things like that, when he's saying something, they're like, no, you're lying, you're this, and you know, and there's a back and forth between the lot of them. And I mean, that's a good thing, because you don't want them all to be like, oh, I no bother, you know, shake each other's hands, and we'll do it this way and we'll do it that. There's always going to be that debate, which is a good thing in a sense.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the way things have happened with Trump, it just shouldn't be happening. And I can understand why the January 6th committee wants to do this, because it's not for our benefit. It's for the younger generation's benefit, in my opinion.
And that is why the prosecutions that are going on are so important. That's why I linked that article, so to let people know. It's not talked about a lot, but this committee's been in force for 18 months, and there have been prosecutions by the Department of Justice on people. There was an inquiry into Eastman. It's still on. You know, there are going to be repercussions of some nature, because it's inevitable, because there were laws broken. We do have laws enforced.
In my opinion, though, Claire, it's not the ones that are being punished and reprimanded and everything like that.
But that happens often when the one who incites the riot doesn't get blamed for the riot, because they're not the ones that rioted, are they?
Well, let's
that's
be
the
honest
problem,
here.
is that you actually have to have something to put on them. We have to actually be able to prove beyond a doubt what actually transpired.
And this committee is now trying to show that information.
They are.
They're saying, look, here's all the information we gathered. Here's why we think former President Trump incited a riot. That's one thing. The other thing is those people who participated in the riot. Okay, we can say, well, they were brainwashed. We can say, well, they were told lies.
Right.
I'll say they're over 18 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
They're old enough to make their own decisions. They're old enough to live with the consequences of those decisions.
Yeah,
You wanted to storm the Capitol? I mean, you were taught from an early age. This is something you just don't do. So where did it suddenly go wrong for them that they just decide, oh, fuck it, our guy lost, so we're going to storm the Capitol and keep our guy in power? That's not democracy. That is just downright fascist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, now, Clockwork, you did come up because you had something to say. So please speak up. I know it gets but when there's a few people here, it gets to be a bit much, but feel free, sir.
Well, I was just going to say maybe that guy was speaking so slow because he wanted to be deliberate with his words.
Yes.
And not just spew a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I agree.
I agree. Both Quiz and I agree because we've heard him speak before. And that's why I put the speech out there. His words are very powerful when taken in context. And I think he just didn't want to be misinterpreted. And I think he's just very deliberate. I agree with you, sir.
Yeah. And I think I fell asleep like 3 or 4 years ago and woke up in the Twilight Zone. And everything went crazy. So I don't know what's going on.
I hope it was a good long sleep. I hope it was good and got you energized for the future because things are a hot mess right now and need to change. And we need people actively trying to help do that. Mostly with their voice or mostly with their vote. Hoping in some way with my little rose-colored glasses that I wear often, that this actual hearing will get to the right people to actually start some conversations for some change and some movement happens. We can't let this stand for the next one to come and think it can be done.
Yeah. And one of the things that I think is going to be huge is, here's where we discuss about compromise. Let's say all the Republicans realize their mistake and they go to Trump and say, you can't run for president again, period. Just stay the fuck out, shut the hell up, and we won't prosecute you. But if you go ahead and try and run for president, we're going to let the Democrats just run over your ass. The DOJ is going to come and get you, and you'll be the first president to have been prosecuted for a crime after he left the presidency for what he did inside the presidency, which will set a huge precedence in this country. Now, which do I think should happen? Personally, what's best for the country is President Trump needs to go and be prosecuted for his crime. We need to show that no matter who you are, no matter how much money you declare you have or don't have, no matter what position and power you held, you can't trample on democracy.
You would hope. Yeah, the rule of law.
Do I believe that's what's going to happen?
No.
No, probably not.
Because there's always going to be that part of America who says that's not how our country started. We're allowed to do this. We are allowed to speak loudly about something we're against and overturn the whole system because it's not that how America was born on that premise, right, Quiz? That is something very hard.
They use that premise incorrectly, but yeah, that's what they always say.
But that is what they're falling back on, right? Is that not what we're hearing from these people who are supporting Trump?
Pruned from time to time in order to keep our democracy alive, which is a bunch of crap. But okay.
And I get it. You know what I mean? Like here we are trying to make a civilized country. Here we are trying to make a society everybody can live in. And they want to fall back to, well, we just don't like it. So we're going to pitch a fit and turn you over.
Well, what they want to fall back to is they want to be under the king again.
No,
exactly. And I'm thinking, this is how, and no offense to everybody across the pond, but this is exactly how our country came to be is we stood up to the king. We said, no, no, we've had enough. We're going to rule ourselves. We're over here by ourselves. we don't get anything from you, so we're going to do it ourselves.
And even after that, well, after we decided that we were going to go forward and we fought for our independence and we got it. Even
And
after
then
that,
we
when they
fought for
tried to
independence
push,
again.
right, and then when they tried to push it that, well, maybe, you know, George Washington, maybe this is going to be like a king again. We'll just do whatever he said. He's like, no, 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 no.
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me acquiesce here. That's not what we fought for. That's not how it's supposed to be. So
And
I
if-
asked them all, remember all of the history lessons, not just the ones that are convenient for your fight. Okay,
If you-
remember
i-
the whole
if every-
process we went through to
Yeah.
get to a democracy.
If everybody in chat has not read
Mhm.
Washington's final address
Mhm.
to his commanders, to his officers,
We should
when they
link
were
it.
when they were
Yeah, we
pleading
need
with
to
him
find it.
to please just be the president forever, you really need to, because as far as
I'm going to
I'm
link
concerned,
it because that is so
Washington
important for our
is
history
the
that
most
people don't know.
important person for democracy. And to forget that and forget his words, just, you know, and this is what happens. This is what happens. Donald Trump decides, well, I want to be president longer, so you all have to accept me. No, we don't. 85 million people said no. Do you not understand this?
Mhm.
Yeah, but 75 million said yes. Do you not know how to count, sir? I mean, come on. And Kyle's saying that Trump is on True Social demanding equal time.
Okay, tell him
Which
to
is,
get.
hold on.
All right, well, you know, he
Hold
had
on.
4 years, didn't he?
Let's tell him this. As soon as Truth Social stops silencing those people who are posting things about January 6th committee hearing on Truth Social, then he can ask for equal time. Until then, shut the fuck up, you fat bastard.
Oh, he's already done that.
Right.
Yeah, they are now silencing those people who are going over to Truth Social to talk about the January 6th hearings.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, because the
you
because
can't ask
it's
for
his
equal
truth.
time. You can't ask for equal time when somebody else or when you yourself are oppressing the truth. You want equal
Yeah.
time? Stop oppressing those people that are coming to your site who want to talk. They'll give you equal time. You're going to look like a damn fool as usual.
But that's
But
his
again, this
problem,
is
though.
just. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's his problem, though, isn't it, Inquisitor? Though, I mean, he thinks that he is the one and only, and he deserved to win that, even though, what was it, 85 million Americans voted for somebody else. In his mind and in his world, it's him and him alone. Or it should only be him and him alone. You know, everybody's to bow down to him. Everybody's to do what he says, when he says it, how he says it. You know, and it doesn't surprise me in the slightest if there is people that are going over. I mean, I've never been on that. Was it True Social? I've never been on it, and I'm really no interested in it because, as far as I'm concerned, the guy's a numpty. You know what I mean? He's a muppet, and he only wanted that position for power. He didn't care about you Americans himself and what was good for the people or what is good for the people. You know, he is only in it for himself and has only been in it for himself, in my opinion.
No, you're right. He was the only. He's the only president who took over office and came out richer than he went in. It's quite an interesting. You know, I mean, you can go back and look at all of his executive orders, everything that he chose to do, and then look at where he has his money positioned, and you'll see that every single decision he makes, just about, deals with, you know, any company that he has money in is gaining money because of his decisions, which tells me right away you're making decisions based on your financial interest, which is not what you're supposed to be doing as president. This is not a position to, you know, go into and get rich. This is a position that you give up your riches so you can watch after the whole nation. It's a privileged position. And by privilege, I don't mean that only certain people can hold it. I mean, it's a privilege to take that position in our country,
Right.
to be in that position. And when you're in that position, you are no longer a Democrat or a Republican. You are a true independent because you are to represent everybody, not just your financial interest or your family's financial interest or your friend's financial interest. And that's all Trump did.
Well, just true.
Oh, you were talking about Washington's exiting address.
Yeah, I just
Look
posted
at
the whole thing here.
look at Eisenhower's.
Oh my gosh.
farewell.
Now we're talking about a man who really wanted to grab the bull by the horns and address it home. That, yeah, I might put that on Twitter. That's an awesome one also.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can find it. It's one of
Oh,
the first
you know what? You can find it on
televised.
government site. All of the president's farewell addresses are very important, and we
Mhm.
do have a great archive. Anything that I'm putting out in my streams right now is most of it is coming directly from our archives, the exact words that they said, just like this hearing will be documented that way too from the National Archives. The phone calls that we know that Trump made are there because they're archived. They don't get to lie about stuff that is archived as process for all presidents, for
Wait,
all
wait.
politics. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. They do get to lie about it. They just
Well, they do. They
don't
just
get
don't
away
get
with it.
away with it. Right. Okay. You know what I meant. Like, okay. Be it.
Because Trump has lied about it all this whole time, knowing that he was recorded every single time, knowing people were collecting all the papers, even his trash they collected.
Yeah.
It all goes to the National Archive. The National Archive decides to keep it or not keep it. Is it really important? You know, his order to McDonald's that day? No.
No,
You know,
no, exactly.
but
Because
they're
if
gonna,
you
yeah. I
really
mean, you don't
know,
get away with anything as president anymore.
if you want, you could find out everything that man ate while he was in the White House, every dinner that he had, you know, everything. You can't, because that's how we keep it. But anyway, in the
I just
archives.
want to know.
Yeah.
Did they let the Uber Eats people in to deliver his McDonald's and Burger King and whatever?
No,
God damn it! Now I want a Big Mac.
No, he is very fond of fast food. He is very fond of it. He thinks that's American, and I'm like, I'm an American, and I don't like fast food. I don't know. I'm very one way.
I am not gonna lie. If I'm allowed, I'll take 2 cheeseburgers and French fries and a
Yeah,
large
but you
Coke.
go to Sonic. You won't go to McDonald's. I know.
He goes to Wendy's. Don't
go
fly
down the
for
road.
it. He
You're
goes
gonna
to
go down the
Wendy's.
road. Yeah.
Of course, you all know I go to Chick-fil-A.
You know, oh my God. Oh, you do not. We're we're not gonna put that on this stream, but I can't believe you just said that to me. I can't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anybody who knows, man.
Anybody who knows exactly why I don't go to Chick-fil-A.
Oxymoron of the century. Not even the day, not even the hour. That's a century oxymoron, what he just said. Quiz goes to Chick-fil-A.
Goes
No,
to Chick-fil-A.
no.
You believe it. I do go to McDonald's for my 2 cheeseburgers. But
Okay.
here's the deal.
All right.
I just, you know, I got somebody who says what I can eat and what I can't eat, and even on the days he's not here, he'll find out what I'm eating. So it's kind of like
a doctor. This is it, right? He's going to tell you how to.
You need to burn your trash. Burn your trash.
Yeah, burn the trash. How do I burn that digital receipt is the question.
Oh, I got to read this. This is, I don't want to upset you all, but before I go off the air, I have to read this. This is ludicrous. Trump put out a statement. Oh my God.
Here we go.
Here we go.
The king has spoken.
No, stop there. Don't call him the king in my presence. I can't be this nauseous on a daily basis. It's not good. I don't eat enough as it is. Like, don't ruin my appetite. Okay. Thank you, my friend from Scotland, for sending this to me, who's always helpful with the information right away. I don't often get to look at my stuff anymore while I'm streaming because of my potato, but I am pulling this one up, and if the stream gets wacky, we'll just have to put up with it. Hold on a second. Let me get it. I don't need sound, so that'll help because it's just, I'm going to read it. You'll forgive my snark as I try to read Trump's words, will you, people? Because I'm going to try.
Do we have a Trump imitator out there that we can call?
I mean, does anybody? I don't know. I think I could do. I shall be good.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He wrote
Here
a
we go.
fucking book.
Yeah, well, it's not that bad. It's not that big. Okay, I'm gonna go through. Everybody, grab a cuppa. Don't have anything in your mouth. As far as liquids or anything, you'll be spitting in a second. I assure you, as I read this. Okay. All right. So here we go. Therefore, I am hereby demanding equal time to spell out the massive voter fraud and Dem security breach. He posted this demand again a minute later, this time in capital letters. I demand equal time.
Can we stop right here?
Mm-hmm.
The man had and has had 2 fucking years to show his goddamn evidence about this fake election. He hasn't done it.
I hear you. I absolutely
What the fuck does he want?
This is on Parler, right? I see a red boat here. This is on Parler? Is it?
Christ.
Or is this actually, well, it's Facebook too. They're pulling it together. It does look, that little red thing does look like Parler. I'm not sure. Somebody can correct me if they know. I'm not on Parler to tell you. I was, and then I got off of it because it was just too crazy. But anyway, the Donald J. Trump, at the real Donald Trump, said 3 hours ago. Oh, Truth Social. Thank you very much, Robski. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle's Goldfish. Okay, it's on Truth Social, which is another platform like Twitter. The fake news networks are perpetuating lies, falsehoods, and Russia type misinformation. Same sick people, here we go again. By allowing the low-rated but nevertheless one-sided and slanderous unselect committee hearings to go endlessly and aimlessly on and on and on. It is a one-sided, highly partisan witch hunt. Highly partisan. I do believe there's quite a few Republicans, well-respected Republicans there. I mean, I think I was looking at Liz Cheney. She could be the first woman president. For Christ.
She very well could be, but
okay. So, excuse me, Mr. Trump. All right. Anyway, therefore, I am hereby demanding equal time to spell out the voter fraud and Dem security breach. Yeah, he said it, and again he said,
let's
"I
stop
demand
here.
equal time." Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, so like if these committee meetings or hearings don't have big ratings, then they're bullshit.
Oh,
because I got news for you. Most committee hearings don't even get airtime. So
let me tell you, it's even worse. This is just his social media rant, not even the full article of his statement that he made. Okay. You think this is bad. I'm just going to finish this last one down here he put on Facebook. Former President Donald Trump used his social media platform to demand equal time as the January 6th committee for him to set out his allegations of election fraud. May I just remind the public and anybody who's listening on YouTube that President Trump is invited to speak on this committee? He was actually invited to be here to have his say.
May I also remind anybody who's listening at any network, we'll be happy to have him sit down and let him present evidence, and not just speculations, but evidence. And that's the problem. He doesn't present evidence. We've asked him, they have asked him for evidence since he started this bullshit line from the beginning. Even when his own attorney general said, no, that's bullshit, ain't gonna work. Even when his own cybersecurity person said, no, this was the most secure election we've ever had. And yet he fires those guys because they don't agree with him. Where is his evidence? Come on. Give us evidence.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things maybe why he's not coming to the committee, because you actually have to have evidence of what you speak to be able to speak in the committee. Maybe he didn't get the requirements. Here is the link to the Daily Mail article in regards to this. I will be linking it in the description below. It is a hot mess. Basically, it's nice to see that the Daily Mail was at least listening to the hearing and they know what was being said. Because they're like, what? Wait a minute. They're like, his own aides are saying he said it, he did it. Like, what's going on here? Okay. Oh boy.
And that's what we need. We need everybody to have heard and comprehended what was being said in all of these hearings.
This committee was very sympathetic to the position that Pence was in. They are encouraging that he was courageous, that this stance that he took put him in tremendous danger with the threats of this and what was happening, and he was in tremendous danger, that he knew what was happening was illegal and he knew it was wrong and he stood against it. And they're commending him, actually. I
They
don't
did
understand.
commend him, and that's
Yeah.
what they should have done. I mean,
And they should have, because this is the right thing to do. So I don't know why more Republicans aren't backing it. I mean, is not Mike Pence a Republican? So
Yeah, but
he's a rhino.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same way, the way they've went after Cheney and Kinzinger,
Yeah.
because they've went on the panel. They wanted, what was it, that Jim Jordan and somebody else on the panel when they are practically involved in the coup itself, because he text messages and things like that have been sent. That's the problem, I think, with the Republican Party now is that they're idolizing too much on one man. I mean, Cheney and Kinzinger should be getting praised, in my opinion, for them taking the stand against their party and saying, no, what happened on January the 6th is wrong, and you should think it's wrong, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, a liberal, or a nay party. Every American, in my opinion, should be thinking that this is disgusting and deplorable, because it was an attack on your democracy,
Well, I know, and I am hoping that it will encourage more free thinking to see Republicans standing up for what is right. And I know myself, I actually declined all parties recently. I won't register as either a Republican or a Democrat anymore. I'm going to stay an independent until they get their crap together, regardless of which way I lean. Because I want to get back to issues. And one of the issues is the ability for a committee like this to be able to freely speak on what happened and to have the right thing happen. More people to say, doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, if you're telling the truth and it's the right thing. Like, telling the truth should be paramount. The thing that happens, regardless of what party you represent.
I agree.
Something like this happens, it's the greater good of the country. And if the Republican Party, that certain section of the Republican Party, insists on backing an illegal act, and let me be clear, I am saying an illegal act, well, then that they're going to have to face what happens to that party and their reputation in the long run, because I'm not the only one that is now an independent. We could go Republican or Democratic. You're only shooting yourselves in the foot when you stand behind something illegal like this. I mean, if you have a point, make it. Do you have to make it by breaking the law? Would you not be arresting people if the Democrats did it? Well, because forbid this was Biden or Obama, they would have, he'd be in jail by now.
Oh, aye.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's just say, just because you call yourselves the party of law and order, that doesn't make you the party of breaking the law and disorder. Okay. Come on. Like, show me a little faith here. Like, show everybody a little faith here. Can you just step up and do the right thing? I realize you're playing the odds here. You're playing the PR. You're playing the numbers that say that everybody wants to go with the underdog. Everybody wants to go behind Trump and his unsettling nature, that's where the money is, because that's what big business wants. You know what? You might be right. But sooner or later, your conscience has to come into play, and you got to do the right damn thing. And that's what I want to see more people requesting of people. I don't care what the numbers say. Will you sell your soul to the devil? I want to be able to say so. And I'm gonna.
I have.
Okay? If you're going to go big money and politics, and that's all you care about, instead of what the will of the people, you do need the will of the people to get there, don't you? Well, maybe we need to be looking at it a little harsher.
And that's always a message for the voters is you want this shit to end, then remove the people who are allowing it to end.
Yeah, like, if they're going to make it this hard for us anyway, like, what the hell are they doing for us anyway? Why are we helping them?
Yeah.
Why are they helping them do it? They're not doing a damn thing for us. They're definitely not listening to us anymore.
Well, I noticed
they can run
that
the country without us. They think they
noticed
don't have to listen to us anymore.
I noticed that one of your senators, Chris Christie, or no, the former governor, I guess, backed off real quick from that position when he started getting a lot of feedback from his own constituents about what the fuck are you saying? You know, there is no evidence. You can't just say there's evidence and there not be.
Yeah, because here it is. Everybody said right to his face, "Excuse me, lawyer. Excuse me, ex-DA. Excuse me, man who should have known better. You're going to say that evidence doesn't matter? What?
Yep.
What? You want political suicide, like we voted you in because of your credentials, and now you want to ignore all of that? Because what? Because Mr. Charismatic is the president of the United States, and hey, if you want to kiss boots, that's fine, but don't expect us not to sit here in Jersey and call you an ass kisser, because that's what we did.
And as soon as people started going up against him, he backed away from, well, the election could have been fake. Maybe we need investigations. States should have the rights to do that. And you know what? States have the rights. They all have the right to investigate their own elections. My God. Arizona investigated their election count 4 times already.
Didn't that happen already when they were asked to overturn the election in Pennsylvania based on the findings? They said the findings say we don't have to turn it over. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Several states did stand against them and did do investigations into their elections, and then just came out with independent reports that said nothing was going on, and totally cooperated with the federal investigation into this. Okay, so
it's not like it hasn't been investigated. It was investigated. That's why people would keep telling this idiot there's no proof, no evidence exists that there was a fraudulent election. Now, he's going to say, well, if there's 5, there's 5,000, or there's 10, there's 10,000. No, that doesn't.
But they still, to this day, they say that all these dead people voted, all this stuff happened, and I'm like, prove it. Show us.
They have. They've proven that most of the dead people that voted this last election were Republicans. It's already been proven. There's been people who have been
on my potato
for voting for Trump when they're dead. And they did it because Trump told them to.
I hear you, Turtle Move. She says, any more about what I said about them not listening to us? I want to think that there was a time that they did. I don't know. Hey, I think there might have been when I do know that there's a time when the people felt like their voice was getting heard a little more. Let me just cage it that way. I wasn't part of that process, but I think there was a time here in America when people did feel heard, and I'd like to go, back to that somewhat. I know politics is it's not an easy thing. It's a dirty thing, usually. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes and everything, and we don't know everything, and I get that. I'm not naive enough to know that we can turn it all over and make it smell like roses, because we can't. But I would like to have the system working the way we intended it to a little bit better. That's all. Well, on that, I'd like to see what everybody has to say for last words, because I'd like to wrap it up within the next 5 minutes or so. It's been a long morning. We're definitely going to be streaming. There are 2 hearings scheduled for next week, and as soon as I have the times exact, I will put up the streams for them. You're all welcome to join us again, hopefully in the chat, or spread it around. Read the documents that we have posted if you're interested in what's really going on and some of the things that we've said about prior presidents and the statements that were made, especially that Eastman Thompson ruling. So you could see the direction that some of this may be headed in. Well, there is some legal precedence here, after all. That's what I'm looking at. Try to see what's going to happen legally. We'll see.
I have a final statement.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, y'all go ahead, but I'll wrap it up at the end if you want me to.
Oh, you can wrap it up now or at the end, or what? Are you going to say something very profound? Is that what you're warning me about?
Well, how many years did Trump try to prove that Obama wasn't an American and wasn't the real president?
2 years before he got voted in, and the 8 years he was here. At least 10 that I know of. Does that answer your question? At least 10. He's still doing it. He's still trying to say he was not an American.
How much proof did he show up with?
None.
All right. How much proof has he showed up with that the election was rigged?
None, of course.
None.
Exactly.
You know, because that's it. He does actually prescribe to the school of, if I say it enough, you're gonna believe me.
Yep. That is the way he is.
You know, and sometimes with this, it does work. He's got a great PR machine. I'll say he works the system and he works the socials. So, you know, but actually, I want people more looking at, you know, substance, the evidence that they can find. You back it up. If
And
you back,
there's none.
there's
There is none.
Mm.
You know,
And-
I wish I had a time machine and could go back in time and kill the person that taught Trump how to tweet.
You crack me up. You really do. Oh, so Alice, do you have anything you'd like to say in parting before we wrap up this stream? Thank you again for joining us. Lovely.
Oh, just thank you
hey.
for having me. It's nice to be able to talk, even though I've not got a clue about half of your politics, but I'm glad that you've been streaming this because, in my opinion, it was a coup, period. They tried to overthrow your election, and that should not be allowed to be done in any country. And I understand why the committee is doing this, because it's going to be part of the history. I mean, the kids that are in, you know, like kindergarten and that now are going to grow up and they're going to be told about it. And if nothing was done about it, you know, if this committee wasn't happening, then they would have loads of questions, you know. So it's good that they're doing this to get it on record so that
Right.
it's going to be there for history, for when your younger ones are coming up and maybe want to go into politics and they can see the differences, you know.
No, I agree. It does need to be documented for prosperity, and I want to see something actually come out of it too. If it can't be with legal charges, at least with some kind of precedent, some kind of opinion, you know, about what happened, and let the people speak on it,
Right.
and judge it for what it was, and not just for what they're telling us. So, you know, well, thank you again for joining us. Well, quiz, another one under our belt.
Another one under our belts. It was a good one.
It was.
I think we got an inside of what Pence was feeling that day. I wish he would have gone more into that.
I wish so. I'm going to look for
Go
other
more
things
into
to
what
say
Pence
about it.
was under pressure, what he did. I really was hoping they would hit upon again that during his time in the bunker or his secure place, that he was calling, you know, the DOJ, he was calling the Pentagon, he was calling Capitol Police Chief and saying, "Get the fucking people down here."
Yeah. Well, I think I want to look and see what his post speeches were like afterwards, and if he's made statements. I'm going to be doing some searching, and feel free, anyone who finds anything, send it my way. I'd like to piece something together, because that is something I did want to hear more from him. I want to encourage him for standing up the way he did, and I want to hear how he was speaking about it. Because what I really don't want to see is him backtrack on it. You know,
Now, I don't
I
think
want
he'll
to
backtrack on
encourage
this.
someone who had that kind of strength to say repeatedly that that was the right thing, and thank you for thinking of all of us, not just your party, but all of us, in setting a precedent like that. It could have went the other way, and I'm glad it didn't. But
So,
on that, thank you, Clockwork Rex. Do you have anything else before we go? And
No, I'm pretty done. I
okay,
think.
well, thank you for joining us. It means a lot that I've
thank
got
you for-
Americans and everyone else, and from other countries here too, to take part in this. It is important. I
Well,
hope.
thank you for having me up, and I appreciate it. And I will drop out now.
Okay, I'll catch you all. I'm going to put the outro on. Thank you again, Quiz. Thank you, Alice, Clockwork. Thank you, everyone in the chat who contributes to the conversation and keeps this going and the interest in it. I do think it's important for Americans all to help with this documentation of this and let our feelings known about it in a respectful manner from whatever side you're on, red or blue, Democrat, Republican, Independent, from any country. You know, I want respectful discourse, and I'm very pleased that you all are with it with me. And you all have a good day. Quiz, thanks. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Talk to y'all
Well,
later.
everybody
We look
take
forward
care.
to seeing y'all
Everybody
at the
take
next
care in chat. I
I'm
will
sorry.
talk to y'all later.
Okay, great. Thank you all.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Alice.